Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were coming up. Anybody, the hearing of the public is open. Anybody would like to address any of these houses or know anyone that lives near these houses and would like to say anything? Okay, seeing none. I'm sorry? Okay, you know what, when we get to that house, then I'll let you come up as well. No, you're fine. Thank you for coming. And I think that house is coming up, so all the way at the end. Okay, seeing none, the hearing of the public is closed. And we're gonna go to the first show cause hearing regarding Eastpointe. Hearing officer's order for demolition of structure located at 22414 Boulder. With Tony, this is a hard name for me. Vatnica, Mr. Tony V, I'm gonna say it that way. Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Richard Albright appearing on behalf of the City of Eastpointe in this matter. This is the date and time set for a show cause hearing regarding the property located at 22414 Boulder. I'd like to have several exhibits entered into the record, the first of which is a memorandum prepared by Mary Van Haren dated February 11, 2020 with a recommendation of City Administration. The other exhibits include the notice sent by the City Attorney's Office of tonight's proceedings along with the hearing officer's report and order and the transcript from the hearing. Ms. Van Haren is present in the council chambers to answer any questions the City Council may have this evening.
Ms. Van Haren, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Owens and City Council. A dangerous building hearing was held on this property on August 28, 2018, for failure to certify vacant structure. In the meantime, the owner replaced the roof without a permit. A permit was eventually obtained, but inspections were not requested or complete, and the permit has expired. The owner who purchased the property in November of 2016 resides in Sterling Heights. The hearing officer's report of October 2018 required the property to be certified as a vacant structure within 60 days. Our records of water use show no water has been used in the property since October of 2015, other than one unit in August and November of 2019. I did receive a phone call from the sister of the property owner on February 16th. I just listened to the message, and when I called her back, I did not receive a response. Her name is Maria, and she's a sister of Tony, and she called to say that he's still undergoing chemotherapy at the U of M hospital. I did have notes in my files that about a year and a half ago when I spoke with him, he was undergoing chemotherapy. So clearly there's some health issues that are preventing him from attending to this property. At this time, we recommend that the City Council authorize the request to obtain an administrative search warrant so that we can inspect the interior of the home and then return to Council with our findings.
Thank you, Ms. Van Haren. Council, do you have anything regarding this property? I think we're gonna go with your recommendation and get the administrative search warrant to see what's going on inside. I drove past the house. It didn't look that bad on the outside, but we never know what's going on in the inside.
Mm-hmm. Madam Mayor, I'll motion to authorize the request to the court for an administrative search warrant to inspect the interior of the home at 22414 Boulder and have administration report the findings to council.
Support that.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll.
Moment. Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
Monaco.
Yes.
Curley.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next show cause hearing is regarding the demolition of structure located at 22020 Cushing. And the company is Horion Trust Company, Screaming Eagle Properties, LLC, and occupants. Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Richard Albright appearing on behalf of the City of Eastpointe. This is the date and time set for a show cause hearing regarding the property located at 22020 Cushing. I'd like to have several exhibits entered into the record this evening, the first of which is a memorandum prepared by Mary Van Haren dated February 11, 2020, with a recommendation from City Administration. Also, photographs of the exterior of the subject property, notice of this evening's proceedings prepared by the City Attorney's Office dated January 20th, 2020, and the notice was sent to Horizon Trust Company, Screaming Eagle Properties, and the occupants of the subject property. The other exhibits include the report and order of the hearing officer and the transcript from the dangerous building hearing. Ms. Van Haren is present in the City Council chambers to answer any questions.
Yes, Ms. Van Haren?
Thank you, Mayor Owens and City Council. A dangerous building hearing was held on this property on April 18th, 2019. No one appeared at the hearing on behalf of the owner, Horizon Trust Company. This vacant home has not been occupied since September of 2017. Delinquent utilities typically go to taxes. The property owner is Horizon Trust Company, FBO, for the benefit of Kenneth Wong. They are out of Albuquerque. This is probably a retirement investment for Kenneth Wong. And I say that because most often that's what we find out is going on when we see the FBO. The city has cut the grass for the past 2 years. The building department recommends City Council direct us to inspect the interior of the home via an administrative search warrant and return to the council with our findings.
Thank you, Ms. Van Haren. Mr. Albright, with this property, what's going on with the taxes, and is everything updated?
According to an updated title information search that our office obtained dated January 13th, 2020, 2019 summer taxes in the amount of $1,567.02 have been paid. That also includes $198.74 for delinquent water. The winter 2019 taxes in the amount of $1,497.56. Those are due, and that also includes $82.36 for delinquent water and $1,037.14 for abatement and $320.25 for grass and weed cutting. So it appears as if the taxes, at least through the summer of 2019, have been paid. They have not for winter of 2019, and the owner of the property is currently listed as Horizon Trust Company, custodian FBO, Kenneth Wong, IRA.
And you all haven't been able to have any conversation or contact with this person at all?
We have not.
He doesn't have another type of resource we can get to get in touch with this man or anything like that?
So the only information we have is the address of Horizon Trust Company. I don't know who Kenneth Wong is. We don't have any information on any way of getting in touch with him, and we just don't ever get a response back from Horizon Trust Company.
Oh, really? Okay. I guess, yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman. You had it.
Oh, thank you. Couple questions. You had a hearing of a dangerous building on April 18th. Although he didn't show up, or representative didn't show up, what conclusion did you come from that hearing?
So the hearing officer's recommendation, I'll have to go back in and look at those transcripts and see what they recommended.
The property shall be certified as vacant pursuant to and otherwise brought in full compliance with the city's vacant property and maintenance code within 45 days.
Thank you.
Whatever you said, I didn't hear you. Second question, even though you went through the procedure for a dangerous building, I assume that someone thought it probably was dangerous. Picture that was taken on February 10th of this year from the building, it looks like a gutter is fallen down. And the building department's recommendation on this as well is to inspect the interior and return to council with our findings. What kind of a timeline are we looking at? 2 weeks, a week, or?
Typically, when we request an administrative search warrant, Mr. Albright makes arrangements with the paperwork to get that to the court within about 2 weeks. And then I typically send them a letter and advise them that I'm going to do an inspection at a certain date and time and give them the opportunity to meet me at the site to let me in the door. And often they do that. In the case when they don't, then I get police accompaniment to get me into the building, and then we secure it upon our exit. And I let them know that in the letter. So if they're residing in the home, they're most often just going to let us in and don't want police accompaniment. They don't want that going on, at their house. They're happy to let you do an inspection. When it's a vacant house like this, and if we've never heard from them, chances are we won't hear from them in advance, but I always send that letter out letting them know. And we've done them before with police. They get us in the house, and then we resecure it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to just indicate for the record as well that the notice that was sent out to the various interested parties dated January 20th, I do have the green cards in the file indicating that Horizon Trust Company was certified mail. Someone did sign for the notice.
Okay.
Screaming Eagles Properties was also served by certified mail. Someone also signed the green card for that addressee. And our office also posts notice of of tonight's proceedings at the subject property as well.
Okay, so they're pretty much aware. So, I think, anybody else, I don't want to have anything to say.
Ms. Van Aren, so you're asking to go in for an administrative search warrant, but in your opinion, from the outside, what you've already seen, does it seem like the structure is unsafe?
It doesn't seem unsafe. It seems deteriorated.
Yeah, I agree. I went past this house too, and it just had, like the screen on the window was messed up, and it wasn't that bad either. But like you said, it looks like a couple things outside needs to be fixed, so let's go see what's going on inside.
And so very often it isn't just a matter that we think it's a dangerous building. We handle a lot of cases under the term dangerous building or the dangerous building process. And when we find homes that are not in compliance with the city ordinances regarding either not being certified as a vacant structure or not being inspected and certified as a rental property, but being occupied as one, we handle them, and after we've exhausted all our other resources for issuing tickets and trying to achieve compliance, we resort to the dangerous building to achieve compliance. So it certainly isn't always with the intention of demolishing a home or with the idea that it's specifically dangerous.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
My concern is that you're gonna go inside and no matter what you find, it's just gonna come back to us because they're not responding to us now. So, I mean, that's my concern. It's just gonna come back to us. They're never gonna do the repairs to go inside. So I don't even know if it's worth going through the process to get an administrative search warrant to go inside because at this point, they are not responding to the hearings we've already had.
Yeah. And I guess my reasoning is just that I don't want to recommend demolition of a structure in the city if I don't know what the condition is on the inside.
Correct. I
Except
agree.
I think there maybe could be a couple reasons, and I think maybe it was one of the later properties where if there's a water leak or there could be a gas leak or something, we'd catch something like that then.
We did have a water leak at one of them where the water was running, broken before the meter, so it was like our expense.
Now we're saving money.
Yeah, yeah. And it was deteriorating the structure further because of the water pouring out into the basement.
Right.
All right,
Both of
Madam
you
Mayor,
guys. Yes, sir.
may I ask another couple questions? All right, tell me again your best guesstimate when you're going to make that trip inside and report back to the council.
I'd probably get in the house within 3 weeks and then report back to council. Typically, I'll say that the report back to council would be bringing it back for a show cause hearing with my findings. So that may be, the next time.
Reality is about a month and a half.
That could be, but the actual next show cause hearing on this property could be, several weeks beyond that.
All right, and please don't tell me it's against the law for us to go onto the property, but unless I do it myself, will you please have somebody take that gutter down alongside the house? You saw the picture, and just put it in the backyard or something, because it looks like hell.
Yes, we can do that. We have authority to do that.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
Sure, Mayor, I'll motion that 22020 Cushing, we have the building, let's see, we do an administrative search warrant, and the building department return to council with their findings.
Support.
Motion is supported. Please call the roll.
Okay. Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Curley,
Yes.
Lucido,
Yes.
Baker, and Mayor Owens.
Yes, thank you. Next property for demolition is the structure located at 22743 Cushing with Jeffrey B. Wilborn and occupants. Anybody in the audience for this property? Mr. Albright?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Richard Albright on behalf of the City of Eastpointe. This is a date and time set for a show cause hearing regarding the property located at 22743 Cushing. Before proceeding further, I'd like to have several exhibits entered into the record. The first of which is a memorandum prepared by Mary Van Haren, dated February 11, 2020, with a recommendation of City Administration. A photograph of the exterior of the subject property, which was taken back on February 10th, 2020. Also, notice of this evening's proceedings prepared by the City Attorney's Office, and that notice was addressed to Jeffrey B. Wilburn at the subject property as well as the occupants, and that notice was served via certified mail and also posting at the subject property, along with the report and order of the hearing officer and the transcript from the dangerous building hearing. Ms. Van Haren's present in the City Council chambers to answer any questions.
Yes, Ms. Van Haren?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Owens and City Council. A dangerous building hearing was held on this property on April 18th, 2019. The property was brought for a dangerous building hearing as the owner failed to make certain repairs to the exterior of the home, including a structurally damaged roof, gutters hanging off the house, rotting fascia and trim. A court citation was issued in 2017 that resulted in a bench warrant. No one appeared at the hearing on behalf of the owner. The hearing officer's report of June 25th, 2019, recommended all violations are corrected within 45 days or take the necessary action to demolish the structure. The owner has failed to contact the city or make any repairs to the structure. It appears that the home is occupied as there is daily water use. The home continues to show signs of deterioration. The building department recommendation is that council order an administrative search warrant so we can inspect the interior of the home and make recommendations as to how to proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Van Haren. I actually drove past a couple of these houses, and this is one of them, and it did look unsafe. The front part, if you guys look at the front part of the exhibit, look, Exhibit 1, but in the front of the porch, it looked like it was about to cave in a little bit. It was kind of scary, but it is people living there. What's the taxes and things like that, Mr. Albright? Is it all updated, water use, everything paid up?
The taxes, I believe, are are in arrears right now.
You know how much?
I don't have the current totals on the information that I have. I don't know if someone else is able to access the county website to see what the tax are in arrears.
Just
Okay,
have the city one.
I think with our next show cause hearings, possibly get those attached with the houses so we can already have it.
Yeah, normally I have them in the owner encumbrance report. For this file, for some reason, it's not in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but having an administrator going inside would be a really good idea because the outside looked unsafe. I don't know if council want to add to any of my comments or anything?
I have one. I have another question.
Yes, sir.
Technical question. Each of the recommendations so far has been the same, which is fine. But my question is, the building department recommendation is that the council order an administrative search warrant. Here's my question. Does it take the council or the attorney to order an administrative search warrant? And if it's not necessarily the council, if the city attorney can do it, then why do we have to wait for the council to order a administrative search warrant if we don't have to do it and the city attorney can do it?
Yeah,
Maybe
Mr.
that's the city attorney.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Albright might be better to respond to that.
City administration could request administrative search.
The what?
City administration could order or request our office to prepare an administrative search warrant, and the council also has that authority.
Well, wouldn't that save a lot of time if rather than waiting for the council to say, I move that we have an administrative search warrant? It would save a lot of time if you and Mary got connected together and she asked you to write it, and so we can probably save weeks, if not months, on this thing.
It's possible, but it's also possible that once the homeowner receives notice of the show cause hearing, that they or their representative would be appearing tonight to show cause why or give a reason why they haven't complied with the hearing officer's report and order. It makes it difficult for the city council to know exactly what's going on for the property when the property owners fail to not only comply with the report and order of the hearing officer, but then they also fail to show up at the hearing to give a reason why they haven't complied. But the council could order that administrative search warrant. City administration could order it. But it would save. Hope is that when the property owner receives the notice of the show cause hearing, they appear before this body to give a reason why they haven't complied with the report and order, which was entered a long time ago.
Yeah, I understand that, but I also can say that if somebody came up to the hearing of the public and asked a legal question, I would turn to you and say, Mr. Albright, answer the question. I wouldn't try to answer the question. So any legal question that's brought forward, as usual, is answered by the administration, not the council. I mean, you could do that, couldn't you?
Right. But the hope, in the way the ordinance is structured, is the dangerous building hearing is scheduled, notice is provided, the homeowner or the representative shows up to the dangerous building hearing and has an opportunity to ask questions as to why they're here or try to work out some type of resolution with city administration. The hearing officer then issues that report and order. Notice is then provided to the property owner, and they're given a period of time to comply. So not only do they get the initial notice that there's been a dangerous building hearing scheduled, then they have the time frame after the dangerous building hearing. Then they have the time frame once the report and order is issued, which is typically 30 to 45 days after that. They have an opportunity to comply. Once they then are in receipt of the report and order, they see that there's a time frame to comply. They then ignore that. And so the show cause hearing is actually kind of a last-ditch effort for them to give a good reason. For instance, maybe it's maybe they're undergoing personal problems, financial problems, but to give a reason why they haven't brought their property up to code.
Okay.
Sometimes, Councilman Curley, too, there's a lot of questions that aren't legal that are here. I think maybe that's what you were getting at. If a property owner is up here, they're not, all legal questions.
Yeah, sometimes the question is, I had a death in the family and I've been taking care of a sick relative and I haven't been able to correct the violations or hire a contractor to correct the violations and I need an additional 60 days. And they're before this body requesting, and they give a good reason for why they need the additional time, and then the council can make a determination whether to grant that time.
I get it, just like the one guy had the cancer and the chemo, so that makes sense. And I see what Councilman Curley is talking about too, they both make sense, so. Anybody else have any questions or concerns?
Do you want a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would move that the council order an administrative search warrant at 22743 Cushing so that we can inspect the interior of the home and make recommendations to proceed.
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
And Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next, show cause hearing regarding Eastpointe Hearing Officer's order for demolition located at 22114 Lambrecht, Douglas James, Housing and Urban Development, Champion Mortgage Company, and occupants. Anybody in the audience for this structure? Seeing that it's none, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Richard Albright up here on behalf of the City of Eastpointe. This is a date and time set for a show cause hearing regarding the property at 22114 Lambrecht. This consists of a garage that doesn't comply with the city's ordinances. I'd like to have entered into the record several exhibits, the first of which is a memorandum prepared by Mary Van Haren dated February 11, 2020, with a recommendation of city administration. Also, a photograph of the subject garage that was taken back on July 10th, 2019 by code enforcement. Notice of this evening's proceedings was also sent to the interested parties. That notice was prepared by the City Attorney's Office and dated January 20, 2020. The other exhibits include the hearing officer's report and order and the transcript from the dangerous building hearing. Ms. Van Haren is present in the council chambers to answer any questions.
Ms. Van Haren, please.
Thank you, Mayor Owens and City Council. A dangerous building hearing was held on this property on April 18th, 2019. No one appeared at the hearing on behalf of the owner, Douglas James. The property is occupied by the owner. The garage roof is collapsing. See the photo included. And the property owner has not taken steps to make the repairs. A court citation was issued to the property owner in December of 2018 to compel him to make the repairs. This resulted in a bench warrant as he did not appear in court. The winter tax bill for 2019 for this property is $6,912, which includes $5,583 for a sewer repair and $1,044 for dangerous building. I received a phone call from Sean Bodwin on behalf of the mortgage company, and he was interested in knowing the status of this property and asked if he should be at the hearing. I told him what the status was and that we'd certainly like to have him at the hearing if he has any interest in this property, and apparently he decided not to appear. The building department recommends City Council order the owner to make the repairs within 60 days or schedule the garage for demolition.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor, I'll motion that the owner,
One
I'm
second.
sorry.
oh, go ahead.
Councilman Curley.
I apologize for talking so much, but I haven't done this in 20 years, so. The wording of what you're about to read, the building department recommends City Council order the owner to make the repairs. Would it be unreasonable to change the to all?
That's fine. I can do that.
Yeah, I like that. Ms. Nair, yours?
Yeah, I think it's totally reasonable, and quite honestly, Mr. Curley, I haven't prepared that final sentence in all these memos with the idea that you would just read them as motions, and maybe I should do that and take a little bit more thought about how I'm wording that. But yeah, certainly to make all the repairs to the garage structure would be appropriate.
I'm just thinking some attorneys would take the word the and use it in different ways, but if you say all, attorneys have less wiggle room, that's all.
Madam Mayor, I motion that the city council to make all repair, or not the city council, the building. See, now I'm all messed up. That's why I started to make a motion. You can do it.
All right. All right, I'll motion that Sarah Lucido makes all the I'll motion that at 22114 Lambrecht, we give the owner 60 days to make all repairs
Thank you.
or schedule the garage for demolition.
Support.
Move and support. Please call the roll.
Wait, I had one question though, just before we vote.
Yes, sir.
Have we been able to get in touch with the homeowner?
No, I don't have any communication recorded in our records from the homeowner at all.
Okay. And they're living there though, right?
As far as we know. Like I said, the ticket was issued to him, a bench warrant was issued.
Okay.
I don't have that it was ever a rental property or any reason to believe somebody other than the owner lives there, but I couldn't say that for certainty.
Okay. That's all.
All right, thank you. Call the roll. Did we do the roll call?
Not yet. Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
Curley.
Yes.
Baker. Yes. And Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next one, show cause hearing is regarding the Eastpointe hearing officer's order for demolition of structure located at 22816 Lambrecht, Bat Ebru, Isilsko, Macomb County Treasurer and occupants. Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Richard Albright appearing on behalf of the City of Eastpointe. This is the date and time set for a show cause hearing regarding the property located at 22816 Lambrecht. I'd like to have entered into the record several exhibits, the first of which is a memorandum prepared by Mary Van Haren dated February 11, 2020, with a recommendation of city administration. Also notice of this evening's proceedings prepared by the city attorney's office and served on the interested parties, in this case including the Macomb County Treasurer. In addition, the report and order of the hearing officer and the transcript for the hearing will also be entered into the record for purposes of tonight's proceedings. Ms. Van Haren is present in the council chambers to answer any questions.
Yes, Ms. Van Haren, please.
Thank you, Mayor Owens and City Council. A dangerous building hearing was held on this property on February 19th, 2019, and no one appeared at the hearing. This vacant structure is not certified or inspected as a as a vacant structure. The owner resides in Israel. There's no property manager. The home is not being maintained. The home is now abandoned. The basement was filled with sewage. A handyman was making repairs and was living in the home for a while making those repairs, but now the home is vacant. At a show cause hearing held by City Council on August 20th, 2019, they ordered an administrative search warrant. That inspection was conducted on October 7th, 2019. I went with one of the code enforcement officers and myself. We found the house to be unsecured. The door was just unlocked. It did have new carpeting in the house, but the floors were very squishy underfoot. There was basically no kitchen in the house. The interior was very old and obsolete, and no utilities were turned on. We ordered a cleanup of the junk on the exterior of the house. Public Works has also picked up trash and debris left at the curb. The house is set way back on the lot near the rear property line. It's what they consider a legal non-conforming structure that could not be built in this location under today's zoning ordinance. We still have no communication with the property owners who reside in Israel. It's not registered as a vacant structure and is not being maintained. However, in the last 2 days, I received a phone call from the property management company who has submitted an application to register this as a rental property. They have not had a rental inspection yet. And they attached a property management agreement that they have with the owner that actually had a different company name on it, so I'm not sure what that discrepancy is all about. And I did talk to the property manager and explained to him what was going on in the process, and he said that they're trying to fix it up for a rental. So that just happened like within the last 2 days. So while my initial recommendation was that we recommend the house is demolished and the property restored to its natural condition, I guess I wanted to provide that additional information regarding their attempts to use it as a rental property and fix it up.
Okay, so now are you asking us to give them a chance to, yes, ma'am?
I do believe there's someone in the audience for this home also.
Oh, for 22816? Oh, come on up. I didn't hear it, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, please, come to the podium, state your name and residency, and
Sorry.
thank you for saying that.
Thank you, whoever said it. My name is Brandon Floyd. So I'm the broker for the management company. I probably was the one that she talked to this morning on the phone call. We are now in more communication with the owner to try to get this property corrected. So we will first have to do the proper filings to make sure we file it as a rental and get it properly inspected. And then the owner is looking to make all the proper repairs.
When do you see yourself doing that? Tomorrow, maybe?
Well, tomorrow, yes, for the filing and giving the more contact information. I know we spoke about that with the owner, so we can give the city the contact information for the owner so that can be placed on file. And then we'll file the proper documents. We can set the schedule for when they need to come in and do the actual inspection. But they are moving forward with repairs already as far as when they're going to start. So that's the plan right now.
Okay. And Ms. Van Haren you have all his information and everything like that?
No, I don't.
You do, Mr. Albright. Go ahead, Mr. Albright.
I don't have this gentleman's information, but I just wanted to bring it to the council's attention that according to the updated owner and encumbrance report that our office pulled back on January 13th, the property taxes for 2017 were delinquent and due in the amount of $843.89. For 2018, they were also delinquent in the amount of $3,316.68. And then the 2019 summer and winter taxes are both due. The winter taxes due are $942.67, which includes $83.14 for delinquent water and $789.22 for abatement. And then also the summer taxes in the amount of $3,346.13. Those are due, and that includes $918.70 for abatement and $236.25 for debris removal, and $240.73 for delinquent water.
Thank you. Were you aware of those?
Not at all, but, I mean, we'll get the information and provide it to the owner. Jeez.
And we're talking about the owner then that lives in Israel? He does in fact live in Israel?
Correct. So-
Ebru
oh.
Ezekiel? I'm not
Yes,
sure if
that's
I'm
correct.
pronouncing that.
Yeah, I have trouble with the last name myself, but the first name, you have it right. And actually, when we respond, of course, it takes, their time difference is significant, so we generally have to wait till the next day, and that's when we get the response.
Madam Mayor, too, I would just point out, too, that the current homeowner acquired that property in 2017, and according to our most recent owner encumbrance report, the taxes since that gentleman purchased the property have never been paid.
And, Madam Mayor, if I could also mention that the property owner declares his residence at 22816 Lambrecht. That's the only address we have for him.
Do you have the address for him in Israel that we can have?
No, so what I do have an address that they have that they use with the LLC in Minnesota that I can provide. That's the one they were going to use. That one, but I don't have the Israel address, no.
So the property owner is required to provide a change of address with our assessing department. I couldn't take that information and change our records effectively. It has to go through assessing, and it has to come from the owner of the property.
Yes, sir.
When the property owner acquired this property by warranty deed back in 2017, he listed his address at 350 North Lake Destiny Drive, Maitland, Florida, but that also happened to be the same address as the individual who was selling the property to him,
Okay.
and it's a Florida address.
So what are your recommendations, since we have someone that's actually showed up for this property owner and saying they're gonna make the needed, adjustments?
Yeah, Mayor Owens, I think that we need a commitment for getting the taxes paid, for getting certain repairs made to the property, a commitment that no one will occupy the property until it's approved through a rental certification, and some sort of a deadline or a date as to how long this will take.
Mr. Albright. Mr. Albright, I know we talked about when, Mr. Kleinfeld was here, I know some of you remember this. We were talking about a bond. What was that about, paying certain rent?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Ms. Van Haren on that. Barry, how does that work with a bond? Does a contractor, if they're going to be making repairs or doing construction here in the city, are they required to post some type of bond through the building department?
When they obtain a building permit for repairs to a house, it would be a $200 bond. That would be forfeited if the work wasn't complete.
Is that the maximum amount that can be assessed?
It is for a residential property. A new home construction would be $1,000. Commercial is a $2,000 bond. But we don't have anything in our fee schedule that allows the charging of a bond that Mayor Owens is referring to.
Because I would like to have some type of money, if we're gonna keep giving people chances, at least pay us back some of the money that we're putting into these homes.
I know that the council in the past has required, as a condition to being permitted to rehabilitate the property, that the taxes be made current.
That sounds good to me.
That the taxes be paid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, that, to me, it's obvious to me, this, you got the property in 2017, hasn't paid a dime for anything, and yet we're discussing allowing him to fix it up and rent it and make more money and still not pay the city.
That's right.
So there's got to be some way, whatever language our attorney wants to use, that we got to get our money first before we start bidding backwards for this guy.
Yeah,
Not a dime that we should spend unless this guy pays us.
right.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I motion to give the owner of the property 90 days to bring the taxes up to date, do all necessary repairs to have it certified as a vacant structure or a rental property, otherwise put it on the demolition list.
Support.
Have anything to say on that?
Just
Don't argue that at all.
Okay. Yes, sir, Councilman.
Just a question on a motion that I seconded, to bring all taxes up to date. And I apologize because I have a real-time hearing. when you listed all of those things that he still owes us, were they 100% taxes, or were they other things other than taxes?
There was everything cleaned up.
Well, all the other things would just go on the tax bill.
Let me
So they
find
would
out where I put that, oh, here it is. It was mostly taxes. There were some charges within the tax amount that included abatement cost, delinquent water fees.
Okay, but there's no, any this guy upsets me. There's not going to be any misunderstanding legally that when we said taxes, that all monies owed to the city is incorporated under that word taxes.
I can't speak for that individual, but there shouldn't be, and the reason why there shouldn't be is because we have a court reporter here in the council chambers.
No, you can't speak for that guy, but we're speaking for ourselves that the word taxes is going to be sufficient.
We're very clear, and I outlined all of the outstanding taxes, and that those are part of this record for this property, so
Yeah.
there should not be any misunderstanding.
Okay.
Councilwoman, you want to say something?
No, I was gonna say, because I can amend the motion if necessary to add all taxes and fees.
Okay, all taxes and fees. That's
I'll
good. I
amend
like
my
that.
motion to say taxes and fees.
And I'll amend my second.
Okay. Motion and support. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Lucido,
Yes.
Curley,
Yes.
DeMonico,
Yes.
Baker, Mayor Owens.
Yes. I liked it, that motion. You have, be seated, sir. Please, if we don't have your information, please leave it with, Ms. Van Haren and also Mr. Albright.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you for coming. The next, item is the show cause hearing regarding Eastpointe hearing officer's order for demolition of structure located at 15727 Semra, Shannon D. Elliott, and occupants. Is someone in the audience, please? How are you today? You step up to the podium and state your name and residence, and continue with,
I'm Shannon Elliott. The residence I'm here for is 15727 Semra. I live in Eastpointe also, just not at the Semra address.
would you like to speak on the property, ma'am?
Yes, I actually got this notice yesterday going by the house. I didn't get to read it too quick. I was at work. So last time that we were here, it was because of the garage and the pool. And I hired somebody. I'm getting a mortgage on this property. And I hired somebody to redo the garage. Oh, sorry, could you hear me?
Yes.
I hired somebody to redo the garage. However, and I put a deposit down. However, the work probably will not get started until the end of March. I work for the school district, and my coworker is actually buying the pool. But again, the pool's over a foot in the ground, and the ground is so cold right now and frozen. If they were to go take it out, it would destroy the actual pool. So I sold the pool to them. They're going to go as soon as the ground can thaw a little bit and take down the pool. And then I hired a contractor to redo the garage.
Do you have, proof of that?
Uh-huh.
That
Yep.
you can show, Mr. Van Haren, those
do.
things? And, just, because she said she's making some improvements and things like that. So those were probably the only things that were, talked about in the house. You can stay right there. We're gonna, hear more about this property. Mr. Albright?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to add the documents that I'd like entered into the record. Again, this is a date and time set for a show cause hearing regarding the property located at 15727 Semra. I'd like to have entered into the record a memorandum prepared by Mary Van Haren dated February 11, 2020, with a recommendation from city administration along with the notice of tonight's proceedings, along with the prior notices and the report and order of the hearing officer. And Ms. Van Haren is also present in the council chambers to answer any questions that the council may have and also to follow up on city administration's recommendation.
Ms. Van Haren?
Yes, thank you. A dangerous building hearing was held on this property on January 12, 2018, regarding the detached garage and swimming pool. The hearing officer's recommendation was that all the repairs be made complete and the code violations repairs in relation to the garage within 120 days. A show cause hearing was held on September 3rd, 2019. Council required the owner to certify the vacant structure within 45 days. This has not been done. The pool still exists in the yard and the home is vacant. We don't know if work was done to repair the garage as we have not inspected the property. We show there's been no water use on this property since about July of 2013. And given that the fact that the home has been vacant for years now and not registered or inspected as a vacant structure, we recommend City Council order an inspection of the interior and certification as a vacant structure, and we'll report back with our findings. Additionally, I'd say that we don't have the proper address for the property owner. We show that the property owner lives at 15727 Semra, and that change would have to be made with our assessing department, or it won't get into our records.
Okay. Why haven't you registered as a vacant structure after all this time?
Because it wasn't supposed to be vacant. My parents passed away. It was in probate for a year. I had to go to court and file a lawsuit to get this property. I've spent $70,000 trying to save this property. It was never supposed to be vacant. I live in Eastpointe. I have my own home in Eastpointe. I work for the school. I don't know how someone doesn't have my address. I pay taxes here. I've lived here my whole life. I don't get how nobody can find my address. Just going through probate court and getting nowhere, having to file a big lawsuit and pay attorney fees. And I work for the school. I'm a single mom. I have my own home in Eastpointe, and I'm trying to save this because I wanted to sell my home and move to my parents' home because my parents' home is bigger. I grew up there, has the pool. It would more accommodate. However, my mom and dad were sick. They had to come and stay at my house, which is a one-level home, because my dad had a stroke and my mom had cancer at the time. I lost them both a month apart. It's been a mess. I've put every penny I had to burying them and trying to get this property, I don't know, so I could move into it.
Well, first, my condolences to you and your family. And also, you have been showing up, because I think I've seen you about 3 times, my 3rd time, so you always show up and you always are consistent. We just, can you do that, you certify as a vacant structure, like tomorrow?
So what is that? Yeah, what does that mean? So that means in order for me to move into it, I have to pay you guys have to do an inspection and all of that, right, basically?
To move it, you want to move back into it? Is that
Well,
what
I'm getting I'm refinancing that house, so that's still my plan. I had somebody when I came last time who wanted to purchase a house, and at that point, financially, I was in having to go through all of this. It's too much. Like I said, I'm a single mom. Between my kids and work and my own home, it just was too much. However, when they came here and listened to the hearing, they're like, sorry, I'm not going to deal with that. They want to buy a home they can just move into without having to pay money and go through all of that. So I lost that buyer, and then kind of got some things together and work with some people who are helping me out so I can get the rest of the money so I can move into the home and then eventually sell my home
Now, what
to
was your
live there.
I'm sorry, ma'am. What was your recommendation, Ms. Van Haren? Because it seems like she's doing something. She sold the pool. It is too cold to get the pool up. And what else would you?
Well, the city council was the one who ordered that the house be certified as a vacant structure back in September of 2019. So I don't know I don't know what the plan is. I mean, if it's going to be another, 2 weeks before she moves in or 200 days. I don't.
What's your plan, ma'am?
No, it wouldn't be. It definitely wouldn't be till summer because I would like the garage. I want everything good here before I sell my home and move there. It seems like this is, since my parents got sick, it's been one thing after another, and I don't have that where I live. So I want to make sure everything's good before I pack up my family and sell my home to move here. I want the garage done. I want the pool done. I want everything in order.
So I believe since she's waiting, she still has to verify it as a vacant structure, correct?
It should be, yes.
So until you move in, ma'am, you have to make sure it's a vacant structure and get it inspected as that.
And then what happens? So they come in and basically they can tell me I have to bring my parents' house up to code too. So is that how it go? I don't know what
Well, we want all the houses to be up to code. That's our job, to protect the residents and make sure everyone is safe.
I mean, like rip out kitchen, I mean, do you know what I'm saying? Like electrical, that's, I mean, I don't know. Normally you buy a house and you redo your house. I don't know. I mean, this is been in my family for 50 years.
So I think we want to probably give her, how much does it cost for her to certify as a vacant structure?
Yeah, and I can respond to those questions. The cost for registration under the vacant structure ordinance is $225. They come in and they do an inspection and they identify any life safety violations. Nobody makes an existing house have the electrical system brought up to current code. If we see frayed wires sticking out of open junction boxes, those have to be corrected. But other than that, you don't require current building codes or electrical codes or mechanical codes for an existing structure. If the furnace was replaced, and a permit wasn't obtained, they make them get a permit for it. So those are the kind of issues. We make sure that there's smoke detectors in the proper locations, because that's required in every residential structure, regardless of when it was constructed. And so certain things like that are looked at. And then prior to it being occupied, it undergoes another inspection, and then the property owner can reside in it.
Do you have those fees?
Okay, so after the first inspection, what's the fee for the second inspection
So that
prior?
$225 includes all the required inspections for that vacant structure, whether it's 2 or 3.
And then I have to get like a certificate of occupancy? Is that kind of what it is?
We deem it a certificate of compliance, that it's complying with the requirements of the ordinance regarding the vacant structure. So it's not a C of O or a certificate of occupancy, but a certificate of compliance, so that it's in compliance.
I guess what she was asking is, once she get it certified as a vacant structure, to her, once she moved back in, does she have to get another certification or anything?
It requires 2 inspections, so it requires that inspection initially to let it sit as a vacant structure, and then it can remain as a vacant structure for up to 2 years without being inspected again. Occupancy, then it has to be inspected again. So whether that's a 2-year period or a 2-month period, the requirement is to have it inspected again. There's not an additional cost at that point.
Okay, you heard that, ma'am. It's not an additional cost, but you have to pay the $225. Do you have that tomorrow, or
I do not have that tomorrow.
when will you have it?
Probably in 2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks.
I just paid $4,200 to have the garage.
And we'd
My
like you to
down
make those
payment.
copies and give it to Ms. Van Haren, and also give us your correct address.
Okay.
How did you find out about this if we don't have your address?
Because I go to the house pretty much every day still.
Okay, okay. Counsel?
Well, so essentially there's 3 different things, I guess. So you said that you're fixing the garage, that's what you were just talking about? Because I think there's like a hole in the roof,
Right,
I believe,
yeah,
right
because the
now.
neighbor's tree fell on it. Then I made a claim. They fixed it, and I don't remember how long after. Then there was a storm, and the power line fell on it.
Okay.
So the power line, and obviously it started arcing and ruined the shingles and went down to the wood. And at that time, I wasn't sure. That's when I was going to court to see if I could even keep the property, because the mortgage company didn't want me to keep the property for whatever reason. So I went to probate for a year. They were supposed to take care of that. That's what probate's supposed to do, and that never happened. So that was $11,000. Then I had to file and get an outside attorney after probate to file, which I won my case. But that still took another year. And I think I finally got my certificate March 21st of this year. But then by that time, I was out of money between burying them, all the court fees, attorney fees. It was like way into 70 grand of my basically life savings. So didn't know what to do. Either let the house go and just call it a loss. But I mean, after paying all that money,
Okay,
my
so
kids, my stuff's still there. I mean, my dad's, I have to also, my dad has an old car in the garage that is like a, I don't know, I can't even think of what it's called, but it's an older car that means a lot to my family, and they can't start the work on the garage, or they won't because they don't want to damage the car that's stored in the garage. Everything we have is there, basically. I have my own home, and we lived out of my home when they were sick, but like our life is in that home.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I think we'd like to see, so, sounds like there's being progress for the garage, and sounds like you have proof of that, and then we wanted the pool cleaned out, because that had like, essentially,
Right.
tree-looking weeds growing out of it.
And I do
things
that. Like, I have pictures, and I have all my bills because I pay if I'm not doing it or I can't get there, I have landscapers that come. So we've done that, because as a matter of fact, you guys gave me so many days because all the brush was piled in the driveway and I couldn't make it there, so I had to pay to have somebody haul that away. Is there any taxes owed on the house? Because that's one thing I don't know now.
Mr. Albright? Because I'm thinking about, you said you would have the 225 in 2 weeks.
Right, that's
So I was thinking about giving you a month to have that. And then, but once you get that paid, you're going inside. So it might be other repairs that you might have to do on top of the ones that you already required. So you understand that as well?
Yes.
So
Yes.
then we'll be back here again, in addition to what you already need to get fixed. And whatever, hopefully, there's nothing else in the house, but no one has been living there, and so we don't know what else, may be found. And I know, like you said, the fees and things like that are really, coming at you, unfortunately.
There was a claim on the house when my mom and dad were sick, and pretty much the whole house was redone. Like, it's all new drywall that the insurance company redid, so I can't even imagine. All brand new toilets, like the house is pretty brand new.
No, I'm just, it probably is, but I'm just saying, just in case, we already have additional fixtures
Right.
that seem like they haven't been fixed. On top of that, if we go inside and we see additional things, that's going to be more additional costs that I don't know if you're able to or prepared to.
So then you guys to basically go in and say, you don't like my circuit breaker box, it's overloaded. You guys tell me what, I have to get a permit, then I have to hire somebody, then I have to get it fixed, then I have to have another. Is that kind of how it goes?
It's not what we like. It's about the charter and being safe. And we have ordinances in place for the safety of residents and people who stand at home. So it's not we just go and say, oh, it's a yellow box. We don't like yellow, so it should be red.
No, I understand, but if you find it not up to compliance or and then you would give me a specific time I have to have it repaired?
Yes.
Is that per the guidelines for the city?
They try to give you time to get those things fixed, just like we do, make it a vacant structure inspection. So you said 2 weeks, we giving you an additional 2 weeks to get that done, because we gave you a long time, almost over a year now. So I'm trying to find out what's your need so we can, fit your needs. But at the same time, we're constantly, putting money into things, and we want to just make sure, we don't want you to lose your home. But we have to make sure the residents are safe and things like that. So that's our job, and to follow the ordinance and the policies and procedures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Owens?
Do I have taxes or anything owed?
Mr. Albright?
Does the council want me to read those?
Yes, please.
Okay. The 2019 taxes for summer in the amount of $5,071.63 are due. That includes $304.50 for delinquent water, $841.92 for abatement, $198.74 for debris removal, and $138.40 for sidewalk roll. Winter taxes are also due in the amount of $1,794.15. That includes $1,581.51 for abatement and 36 cents for delinquent water. That's the only tax information that I have available. I don't know if prior years for 18 and 17 are also due. I just have it for 2019.
How can there be water?
Well, you'll get a water bill even if there is no water usage. There's a rate that we charge per month with 0 units used also, just to be connected to the system.
So the $5,000, is that like non-homestead? Is that why? Where did that's,
Mr. Albright,
where is that?
I think those are taxes.
Yeah, I don't have that information. I just have the taxes. It doesn't indicate anything specific. It just indicates for 2019 what are due.
Okay.
So Mayor, so to,
thinking.
yeah, on what you were discussing with the mayor and Miss Elliott, back in September, because I have a feeling that, let's see, I think essentially our suggested, what do we have it? Administrative search warrant we're talking about, right? Possibly doing. Back in September, we had discussed with you, and you were here to make your structure vacant, certified. And so that was, 5 months ago. And it sounds like we haven't got any further on that. So I just want to make sure if we're moving forward here, we do make progress. And I think that's what everybody on council is hoping. Just making some progress is good and eventually we'll get there. But it sounds like, I don't think we've made any progress on the vacant structure. So has it been registered as a vacant structure or even?
No, it has not.
So we're not even at step 1 yet. Like, can we make a plan to do this?
Yes.
Councilman, she was saying, I think in a couple weeks, she would have the money to register it as vacant. And then the rest that was just going on was just what may happen once it's inspected. Just Mayor Owens was making sure she understood what may follow. So sounds like in a couple weeks she'll have the money to register it as vacant, and then we'll have progress being made.
Yeah, and
I was gonna give her the 4 weeks to get it, the inspection done. But like I said, in addition to the taxes, in addition to the fixtures, in addition to what we find inside, can be very costly. So, I will ask you to get all the information from our attorney, all the information you need from Ms. Van Haren, and make sure you give us your information.
Okay. When should I do that, after here today, or should I come back tomorrow?
Well, we're
or-
gonna take a quick break until we go to our council meeting at 7, which is past 7, but you have time to go talk to them
Okay.
and give them your address that we can reach you directly.
Okay.
And I'm thinking give her because we did give her 45 days, and I think I seen her before here, and we gave her so many days. So this council has been very lenient towards your needs, and hopefully you can do the 225, and so we can find out, because we are spending taxpayers' money and things like that to keep up with your home.
Yes.
So we want to make sure that we're, doing the right thing for everybody that pays taxes, including, you, because you still have a home here as well. So,
Right. Thank you.
so I'm thinking about giving her a month to certify it as a vacant property, and then come back to council with what you see in the house and things like that. Ms. Van Haren, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think, Madam Mayor, probably 30 days to register it as a vacant structure, and then she'll need a good length of time to certify it as one, which would, the certification portion would include making all the repairs. So maybe 120 days to do that. Because as she said, she's going to remove the pool. That's not going to happen until the weather breaks and it's nicer weather. The garage repairs, I don't know when his idea is to start doing that, but February is not the greatest time of year to start garage repairs. So maybe 30 days to register it as a vacant structure and 120 days to certify it as such.
So moved.
Support?
Well, I
sure.
would like to add one thing to that motion. I would like to add that if it's not done in 30 days, that we go ahead with an administrative search warrant to search the inside of the house.
Okay. Sounds good. Add that on.
Did you hear that, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Please stay after and give us all your information and your email address, so if we need to email you or anything, some of those documents. And hopefully, when you come in, probably tomorrow or so, give us some copies just to see where you're at.
Okay.
And thank you for, continuously coming out. I'm sorry about your loss and things that's going on, so we're trying to do the best we can.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, got a motion and support. Please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Lucido,
Yes.
Curley,
Yes.
and Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next, last home we have here is a continuation of show cause hearing regarding Eastpointe hearing officer's order for demolition of structure located at 16684 Topher, Rockford D. The finest. Is anyone in the audience for this home? Seeing none, Mr. Albright.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Richard Albright appear on behalf of the City of Eastpointe. This is a date and time set for a show cause hearing regarding the property located at 16884 Topher. I'd like to have entered into the record several documents, the first of which is a memorandum prepared by Mary Van Haren dated February 11, 2020, with a recommendation of City Administration. Also, notice of this evening's proceedings prepared by the City Attorney's Office dated January 20th, 2020, along with the transcript from the dangerous building hearing and the report and order of the hearing officer. Ms. Van Haren is present in the council chambers to answer any questions.
Ms. Van Haren.
Thank you, Mayor Owens and City Council. A dangerous building hearing was held on this property on August 27th, 2018, for failure to certify a vacant structure and maintain the property. At a show cause hearing held before City Council on February 5, 2019, they requested we perform an inspection of the interior via an administrative search warrant. The inspection was conducted on December 3rd, 2019. I had police accompaniment on the inspection. We found the house in relatively good condition with some junk and debris on the inside and peeling paint. There was water running in the basement. I contacted Public Works, who later investigated and found a leak before the meter and turned the water off to the property. A vacant structure inspection conducted on December 6, 2016, resulted in violations that were not corrected and included filling a hole in the exterior grade to have the house, or to have the property drain away from the home in the rear yard, replace all the rotted wood on the garage and paint the garage, repair the wood trim around the exterior of the rear of the kitchen, dining room window, and repair the water-damaged interior walls, tuck point the front porch joints, and secure the loose corners on the exterior of the siding. We recommend City Council require the correction of these violations and certification of this vacant structure within 45 days or schedule for demolition.
Ms. Van Haren, the house outside looks nice, but you said inside is it that bad for demolition?
So it's not in that terrible a condition. It had some junk and debris on the interior of it. It had peeling paint, some evidence of water damage throughout the interior of the home. This is where it had broken pipes in the basement that were literally actively leaking. And the backyard was dug up because it looks like they had a sewer lead replacement. And never filled in the, I don't know if the sewer lead replacement was done, if it was successful, they didn't have permit for it, but then they didn't fill in the ground and regrade around the structure, so the property, the ground is deteriorating. So overall, these aren't repairs that the city can go in and make, so unless we want a structure to continue just sitting there in that kind of disrepair, our option would be to demolish it.
Mr. Albright, the taxes?
I don't have the current taxes available, Madam Mayor, but I just wanted, I know Mr. Councilmember DeMonico appears as if the taxes are unpaid for 2018 and 2019, but I wanted to just add to the record that part of the City Council's ruling last year was that there was a belief that the property owner may be living at an address in New Haven, and so the council directed our office of the that evening's proceedings. So the following day, we did send a letter to that address at 59234 Manning in New Haven, and it was sent via certified mail. An individual signed for it by the name of Anthony Aller. Robert DeStatfinis did not sign for it, and whoever Mr. Aller is never contacted our office. I just wanted for that to be part of the record.
Okay. Thank you. Council?
Well, yeah, so when is the last time we talked to Mr. DeStephanis, Ms. Van Haren?
I didn't have a record of that. The only thing I would note is that we did do a vacant structure inspection on December 6th of 2016. It didn't say if the property owner accompanied them through the inspection, or who was there with them. Often if it's a vacant structure, we just get in through a keypad or something, or a lockbox, and do the inspection. It just didn't indicate, so I had no notes that we have spoken with this owner.
I think from all evidence that we talked about last time too, I believe the homeowner is deceased. We found an obituary and he didn't have a son with the same name. So I think that's why we haven't gotten in contact with anyone. 2 years of our due, it appears on our city website, and yeah, he's still the homeowner. So I'm not sure what everyone wants to do on this one then.
I thought he had another child that tried to reach out, a daughter, I guess. It must have been another incident. So, you say you want to recommend, now in 2013, it's been empty since 2013, so you're talking about 7 years. We haven't made this structure a certification?
I don't know
certified?
about since 2013. I have since vacant structure inspection was December of 2016. It was a previous house that we were just talking about that was vacant since 13.
Ms. Van Haren, do you know who requested the vacant structure inspection in 2016?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and check records on that again.
When I read all the records, it didn't seem like it indicated at all who had initiated that. But something does, I think, Madam Mayor, I have a note too that, I don't know if this was a cross between the two cases, but I have a note for this property also, like the last water usage since July 2013. So I don't know if that was in a note somewhere else in this packet. Maybe it was the last note, but I also have that written down, so I don't know if that was mentioned during the last show cause hearing or something.
My thing is, we recommend that they make the corrections for violations and certification, but we've been waiting for that over a year now, so how would that happen? I mean, you want to just try a last time trying to get to these people? I mean, Mr. Albright, so give them an additional 45 days before we demo a house that is in pretty much fair condition.
And it's very possible that the city may end up with this property through tax reversion.
Right.
So the city could go ahead and incur the demolition costs, lien the property, and then the city ends up with a vacant lot.
We wouldn't be able to do the 45-day correction and then just let the house go to the city, and we'd be better off selling it than demolishing it and having, what do you think about that?
What I'd like to have is an opportunity to contact Corporation Counsel with Macomb County, Frank Crecia, and
Okay.
find out what the status of this particular property is to the tax forfeiture proceedings.
Yeah, I think we make more money owning it than demolishing it, and, okay.
I think the city will suffer a greater monetary loss if the city ends up demolishing the property, only to end up with a vacant lot at some point in the future.
Okay. So council, you gonna make a motion?
I'll motion to give the city attorney 90 days to obtain the information needed.
Can I get support, please?
I'll support that.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido. DeMonico.
Yes.
Curley.
Yes.
Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes. Can I get the motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido, Curley.
Yes.
Lucido. DeMonico.
Yes.
Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes, meeting adjourned. We will go into our city council meeting, give us 10 minutes, and we'll be back. Thank you, everyone.
10 minutes.
So moved.
Seven 26. We're going to start with the invocation and go into the Pledge of Allegiance. Can you all please stand? And the invocation will be done by Councilwoman, our Mayor Pro Tem, Sarah Lucido.
Dear God, we are thankful for the many blessings you have given us. Living in the city of Eastpointe, we are surrounded by people who understand and appreciate what sacrifice is all about. We are grateful for their willingness to do what is the best for their community. May we keep our residents' sacrifices near our hearts as we make all of our decisions regarding the future of Eastpointe. It is in your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I think Ms. Lucido does the best prayer. Can you please call the roll, please?
Mayor Owens.
Here.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes, here.
Curley.
Yes?
DeMonico.
Here.
Lucido.
Here.
Yes, and approval of the agenda. Anyone want to add or subtract? Is everything good?
A motion to approve the agenda.
Support.
Moved and supported. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
Curley. Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next item is the hearing of the public. You get 3 minutes. I will time you. Please state your name and your residency. And please do not pick or choose any of the council members to talk towards. Just, we're one body. And so address us as the council, please. And the hearing of the public is now open. Please speak.
Good evening, Mayor Owens, council members, members of the community. Gary Sasek, 206 Roxanne Avenue, Eastpointe, Michigan, and also chairman of the Parks Commission. I'm here tonight because I see on the agenda that you are possibly going to be approving community development block grant money to authorize the plans and descriptions and specifications for Getz Park. As you are aware, and the city may not be aware, the county Community Development Block Grant Committee has authorized a recommendation for $227,000 to be used for Getz Park. In April, the county commissioners should be voting on that. Our hope is that by getting these development plans in place, when that money is approved, we can move forward with the bid process so that the families that reside within the Getz Park area will have a park later this summer, July or August, to be able to appreciate it. And I'm just hoping that you will support that move tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dear Council, my name is Eddie Kabasinski. I am a Warren City Councilman in the South Central Warren area, District 5. I am also the campaign manager for Christine Timon, who is a candidate for Congress in 9th Congressional District. I am here to introduce Ms. Timon as the 9th Congressional candidate. Ms. Timon is a conservative-based candidate. She is a resident here in Eastpointe. Volunteers in the capacity of quote-unquote citizen mayor for Eastpointe, professional collaborations with several members of the 104th Congress from 1995 until 1997, joined the Republican Party in 1994 under the Republican Revolution, worked as a pro se litigator and community activist for the last 25 years, spent 22 years since 1991 studying at the Thomas M. Cooley Law Library while attending Thomas M. Cooley Law Library, several victories in federal court. Retired from employment at Detroit Edison in 1974, engineered the packing of military equipment for the Vietnam War from 1966 until 1968, worked at the Enrico Fermi II nuclear power plant engineering, is a graduate of the Detroit Institute of Technology, College of Commerce, Constitutional and Civic Law Studies. Even more will be revealed as her campaign moves forward to victory. Ms. Timon is a great supporter of our president, Donald J. Trump, to succeed and move forward to make America great again. Her campaign platform is on immigration reform, welfare reform, education reform, reform of the United Nations, Medicare reform, family values, foreign policy and trade agreements, and common sense gun control policies, which would include constitutional open carry of firearms and concealed carry firearms under the Amendment 2 of the United States Constitution, which is our nation's only gun control law, period. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, please?
I would like to thank the city charter tonight for allowing me and the other citizens to be able to come before you. Now,
I'm sorry, Ms. Timmons, I had stopped it. You want to say your name and your
oh
residency?
yeah, you know, I thought everybody know me. I'm so popular. Well, it's Christine Timmons, congressional candidate, and I appreciate everything that my campaign manager has said. One thing about it, you've heard me speak before, and Congress to me involves a lot. Like right now, our jobs are in deep jeopardy. You may not know it, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes in D.C. I intend to be there in anything that I see that is going to be detrimental to anybody in my district. I shall fight it. And as you all know, that I'm a very strong person for everyone to have all of their religious liberties, so long as it doesn't interfere with others. I'll be fighting for that. I'll be fighting for education reform. I believe that the student loan system was done by unilateral contract where the schools were able to breach the contract and the students still have to pay for it. That's somewhat unlawful, so of course I'll be fighting that. And I will be fighting for the gun laws as they are written. The gun laws are written, it says, for the freedom of a state. It doesn't say United States or city. It says a well-regulated militia necessary for a free state. That's all you need to know. The rest of the stuff they put in isn't right. And so these are the things I'll be fighting for. When you're a congressperson, you don't just fight in D.C. You make sure that every citizen of your district is treated fairly according to whatever their charter is. And if it's not done that way, as a congressperson, you're supposed to make sure that it does occur. So that's why I'm so happy to have Mr. Kabasinski. And, you know, it proves everything I've always told you. I've always told you all this racist stuff don't make any sense. If they're so racist, why did they pick me? I'm not white. They're very good people. Everywhere I've been, they take me way out on some Romeo plane, road, I don't know where I be at, and the white people, oh, yes, she come. Here come that lady. I love it. I am just totally in awe at all the beautiful things that have happened in this district. Oh, it's huge. Everybody in this district, from what I can see, treat everybody with honor and respect. Well, there's some that don't, who think that they're supposed to come in and just start taking over. I really feel sorry for them.
30 seconds left, ma'am.
I feel sorry for them because their people didn't prepare for them. So that's why I want to do this thing to help this district to continue its stride on to greater glory. I appreciate everything that was done for this district, and I'm going to fight hard to make sure you get everything that you're owed by the Charter and the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone please turn their phones on silent? And if you have to talk, please step outside so we can show respect to everyone at the podium. Please, who'd like to speak next?
Madam Mayor, Council, Harvey Creech, resident of Eastpointe. There's quite a few things I'd really like to talk about, but the gentleman here, Gary, come up and he's talking about grants. Well, as far as grants go, the same thing about it. Until we start getting our ducks in a row and the rest of the stuff, grants is going to help us because we have to. We're already so short on our properties and compared to our population as far as parks go, it's just unbelievable. When you see certain things like this that are written for the parks, and if anybody really wants to see them, maybe you don't want to read it. We're so lax in so many things, it's just hard to believe. And as I say, I just got back from a meeting, and we talk about a lot of things there, but when they're again too, you only got X amount of time. And I ask just a simple question. What kind of a time frame do we have to set up to get shuffleboards put in a recreation center? We have 2 gyms, another activity center that was put in by the city. Was helped, as I said, all this support and all the stuff that we give Roseville in order to build a recreation center. We've got 1 shuffleboard there. And right now, as I say, even after this last meeting, they don't even want it. They're worried more about the wear and tear on their floor than they're worried about the activities of anybody in this room. It's hard for me to comprehend anymore, to go to some of these meetings anymore. I don't mind getting trash talked, only I'm at the point right now, I'm tired of not being heard. It's time for, especially, the council and the mayor and the people to really be heard. Because I'm saying, I go to these meetings and they look at you, you got this much, you got this much, something else was supposed to be said. It was never brought up. As I said, your time frame on your shuffleboard, entered how much wear and tear on the floor. It says the residents, instead of having 3 times a week, they're going to break it down to 1 day a week. And their time frame of when they want you to play it, I don't understand this anymore. A person should be able to go into our recreation center. If the floor is not being used, there's a shuffle there, they should be able to use the shuffleboard.
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. As I said, the swimming pool is the one I really want to get to right now. As I said, the same thing about it. Why is Roseville Rec working on East Detroit swimming pool? It's ours. They don't want to touch anything else we own. It's our swimming pool. It's time for us to do our due diligence and get it up to where I said responsibility, our lifeguards and the rest of the stuff. And our advertisement, please get their advertisements back on the internet. Tell them that we have shuffleboard. We're working on it.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You got someone behind you, Mr. Creech.
That's okay.
Okay.
He was thinking this was like with the planning commission where we have to sign in.
Oh, okay.
You don't want me to, don't we sign in?
You already signed in, so that's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It's nothing wrong you did. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Shirley Peak. I'm a 71-year resident of Eastpointe. Under new business tonight, F and G, I am requesting that you explain this to us in detail before you discuss it or vote on it. I would very much appreciate that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? Predominantly on the subjects that have to do with the city of Eastpointe in the agenda,
Sure.
please.
Let me know when you're going to start. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. My name is Patrick Bianch, candidate for State Rep 18, Democrat. There's quite a bit since I heard the introduction about Congress. I figured I wasn't going to talk about this, but I might as well mention the seats that are going to be coming up, available. Obviously, Congress 9, which 11, sits in there right now, Andy. In 2 years, we'll have Senate. I think for you guys, that'll be Senate 9, that Paul Wojno is in there. 2 years, you can be voting on that and jumping in that election. I encourage everyone to jump in any election that you would like to. State senator, Congress, state rep. Of course, we have District 3 and the county commissioner, which Kleinfeld is sitting on right now. That'd be something that you can get into. Again, state rep for me. I like to say, first of all, law, medicine, engineering, mathematics. Those are all noble professions and necessary to sustain life. Love, romance, poetry, art. That's what we live for. Those are necessary. As it is right now, on the state level, if you use mathematics, the discipline mathematics, engineering, law, and medicine, and you balance those 4 factors at certain rates and certain quantities, you can solve all the issues in Macomb County and in Eastpointe. The problem is, it's never been done since the inception of our government. Why? Because lawmakers are not able to step outside their own shell, the photo ops, the fashion, and critically think about how they can really get it done for the citizens. I am able to do it. I will definitely do it. As a layer to that, for psychological well-being, I will add the culture, the arts.
30 seconds, sir.
The culture, the arts, the music. Once I add that to the other four factors, we'll have everything. It'll be a quality of life that you never experienced, growth, economic growth, a quality of life that you'll be proud of, and you can take Eastpointe and Macomb County, and it'll be set on the national scale for beauty and integrity and economics.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Time
very
is up.
much.
Anyone else who'd like to speak? You can come up here and ask when he's done, if you have to say something, but we don't speak out loud. We have to maintain order, so we don't just, so if you'd like to speak, you can come up after him, okay, sir?
Yeah, go ahead, Walt.
Go ahead,
Good
sir.
evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and administration. I'd like to talk, my name is Walt Jakubiak, Eastpointe resident. I'd like to talk briefly about the last snow. In the past, when the plows came, there was a snow emergency on the TV channel for the city. That did not happen. It's always been there. So in the future, I would appreciate it that if you're going to send the plows, make sure there's a notification on a TV channel. Number 2, how can we stop the city from burying our sidewalks when they plow? The big problem is they try to clear all the streets in one day. Why not do it over a 2-day period? Number 1, the NASCAR drivers that they have driving the plows won't have to go so fast. Number 2, you can save on overtime. Number 3, the city hall and the hearing of the public won't be inundated with people complaining about how the city was plowed. And last but not least, people will be able to clear their approaches while it's still light outside. Now, I have a plan B because I don't hold too much faith in what's going to happen in the future. My plan B is, if it snows, my obligation is take the snow off the sidewalk once. The city puts it back on, it's going to stay there. For 15 years, I've been fighting this. Mr. Blum and Mr. Albright know about it. They're the only ones that have been here that long. I'm not doing it anymore. The last, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, a driver came by and he was going so fast, he hit my house with the snow 5 feet off the ground. And I'm 15 feet from the street. How fast was he going? I'm done, okay? Slow him down. 3 feet easement, 20 miles an hour. Bigger easement, go like hell, okay? Now, just recently, I called Mother Nature to see if she could help. So I talked to her and I explained her my problem. She says, Walt, I feel your pain. So she says, this is what I'm going to do.
30 seconds, sir.
If it snows and you take the snow off and the city puts it back, I'll take care of it. But you have to be patient. It may take a while. So the ball's in your court. Let's see what you can do with it. I hope everybody has a nice evening, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, if you guys could remain from clapping in order. And respect. Clapping, and I don't know other cities that do that in their council meetings. So if we can refrain from clapping and making noise and hooping and hollering, I would appreciate that. Anyone else would like to speak before we close the first part of the hearing of the public? You can come up, sir. Please come up to the podium, sir. And when you come up, please state your name and your residency, sir.
I'm Jesse Young. I'm a resident of Eastpointe, Roseville, and I just want to know, when is the next meeting? This is my first one, and I'm interested in knowing when the next one is.
We have it every first and third Tuesdays, and you're at one right now in the middle of one, so thank you for coming.
First and third Tuesday?
Yes, sir, and thank you for coming out. You have any other questions you want to ask? We usually answer the questions after the meeting, but since first time, you didn't know, so.
We usually answer the question after.
After, but since this is a quick, question. So, those are the dates we have. You can also go on our website for further information.
Thank you. I'll check the website, but I'll be here every first and third, and if there's any other appointments, I'll try to make those as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me. You can stay for the rest of the council meeting if you like. You're welcome to. Okay. Okay. Anyone else, please?
I'm Gary Lepard. I've been an Eastpointe resident now for 4-ish years. I had two quick things that I wanted to address. One of the meetings I was at, you had mentioned opportunities for residents to buy neighboring houses. I dropped my card off to the city manager on a house that I had been trying to purchase for the last 3 years that has been vacant for the last 4. About 9 months after I moved in, that house has been vacant ever since. It was collected by the county, and I had called the city every 3 months for 3 years, 2 years, something like that. I eventually just gave up. Come to find out that after I dropped off my card, that had been sold to an investor out of state 2 weeks prior for something that I've been trying to purchase for 3 years. So that's incredibly frustrating for someone. Now I have a vacant house on my left and my right, and there's nothing I can do about it. So that is my first one. Second one is I was going to speak on this last time, but the meeting ran so late about how awesome those container homes are. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the tiny house movement, but there's lots and lots of people that want to live in houses that they can actually afford. And the biggest thing that gets in the way is city municipalities. There's all kinds of YouTube movements on this subject where there's opportunities for people to have houses that are $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, where they're able to buy a house and do fun things out in their communities, travel, things like that, and the opportunity is available to them because of the houses they have. And it's exciting that you guys are taking that opportunity, and I'm excited to see what happens with that. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have an answer to your question at the end of the council meeting. How you doing, sir? Please state your name and residency, please.
My name is Daniel Beavers. I'm a 40-year resident plus of Eastpointe. This is my first meeting as well. I really just wanted to get some general information, and I understand you answer questions at the end of this subject or this end of this meeting. Excuse me for my voice. I just have some issues dealing with some things in the city, but something I think I want to address to some people here individually, if that's ever an opportunity for someone of the residents to do. Like I said, I'm new to this. I don't know any of the ins and outs of how you're supposed to bring things to the council members or actually to our police department or to our fire department. Being here, I've been here over 40 years, and I know it's probably funny being a 60-some-year-old man, never been involved or even being in this part of this building ever before in my life. Just something happened to me recently that has brought me here tonight, which I'd like to address, but I'm not sure if this is the proper forum for it or not. That's what my question is going to be at the end of this meeting. I hope that I can get an answer for it. And that's all I wanted to say.
You open to speak about it. You only have you have like a minute and a half left if you would like.
Well, it has to do with senior citizens as myself being played for fools and being ripped off by people on the internet, especially the Eastpointe internet group. We have a community group here in Eastpointe. I happen to be a fool that put an ad out a couple of weeks ago about wanting to give some tools away that I don't use anymore because I'm permanently disabled. A young couple answered my ad, came to my house. Me, as a fool, saw this couple as someone you could trust. They told me they could do some work on my truck for me. I took my truck to them and left it off to them over a month ago. Paid them over $4,500 in cash. I had to go to Eastpointe this morning to file a stolen vehicle report just to get my truck back. Thank God the officers there were able to contact these people, and they brought my truck back to me today. Now I have a problem where I don't know what steps to take to pursue any kind of actions to try to recoup any of my money that I've lost. And this all happened because of the group that we have, or the Eastpointe Community Group. I don't know much about it. I don't know much about the internet. I don't know much about computers. I don't know much about anything. I don't have much of an education, and that's why I'm here tonight, just to try to learn some things and maybe make it aware to everybody out here to be very careful when you do answer these things in our group in here at Eastpointe. This is a very young couple, very, very professional looking, could talk very well, had all kinds of documentation to back up what they were saying. Me, I shouldn't have done it. I know it's the wrong thing to do, but one thing I did do is I got a copy of the guy's ID, and I made up a little contract and had him sign it every time I gave him money. Good thing is, the police department got my truck back, but I'm still out thousands.
30 seconds, sir.
That's all I had to say.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, and keep coming. I'm sorry?
Ask her to leave his information on the phone.
Thank you, yes. Can you leave your information with our deputy chief over there? Okay, he does, okay. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry you had to come your first time on, on something that you saw on the Eastpointe residents group or something, so I apologize about that. Anyone else have anything to say?
Gary Myron, Eastpointe resident. About the shipping containers, there's still a lot of houses that need to be worked on. Instead of getting the shipping containers, they're going to be paying about the same price for the houses you talked about today and shipping containers. The houses that need work in that, they'll have basements. Shipping containers has no basements. They might have a garage to keep things in. They don't have to go rent a storage unit because they're on the small side. Family, this is a family town. They start having kids, they're going to start moving out into something bigger. Then what's going to happen to them houses? Are they going to sit there like the houses that are doing nowadays? Just people moving out, and now who are you going to get to move into them? They still got to get a mortgage, and the mortgage are going to be about the same. And for safety things like lawnmowers and that, maybe they want to do the yards. Where are they going to put it? They can't put it in the basement. They can't put their kids in the basement, the kids' bikes in the basement. They need a little bit more room. They get a lawn company to come and do a lawn. There's a lot of lawn companies in this town that doesn't do a good job. We have one across the street. He started out wrong. We talked to him. He does a nice job. As a rental house, he does a nice job. He makes sure that everybody in the neighborhood is satisfied. First time in 7 years, somebody raked the leaves. They had the company came and raked the leaves. They took care of them. They didn't blow them down the street. They took care of them and took them away. So that's just another thing to look at for lawn companies, because a lot of them I've seen where they just blow everything down the street. And it's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would anybody else like to speak at this time? Yes, sir.
My name is Derek Washington, and I would like to introduce to you, I'm the inventor of a safety vest for your police department and fire department, and I thought I'd introduce you so they can be more safe on the streets, so they won't get hit by cars. It's very similar to the safety vest that they normally use. The difference is you can see this one at 360 degrees, and it's rechargeable and lasts 9 hours. Solid, 360 degrees. You make it flash or flash fast for in case of emergency. And I'm trying to present this to your safety crew, those who are working the street at night or early in the morning, or when it's foggy outside. Just need to know who to leave my information to.
Yes, you can leave your information with Ms. Lentz. And thank you for coming out, sir. Ms. Lentz over there, and thank you for creating something to keep our officers and public safety safe. Much success with that. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Darice Marshall. I'm at 15551 Camden Avenue. I did ask Mr. Derek Washington to come in and to speak on his vest. As I mentioned before, we received a tour of the police. My son and I, my 10-year-old son and I, had received a tour of the police department 2 weeks ago. And I was able to, when I went to the MITA conference, which is the Michigan Infrastructure and Transportation Conference, he and I are both disadvantaged business enterprises, and we shared a table together, and I found his product quite fascinating. And I said, you know what, since I'm going to see the director, which I like to call the chief of police, I said, I want to get one for him. So I think it was very nice and generous of him to take out his time, that tour, after such a bad situation happened to my son. I don't want to just, we tried to move forward, and just, moved on beyond that, and he helped us do that. My son lifted, and he was kind of going through a little funk after he got jumped by the boys, and after that, we're fine now. So I wanted to do something for him. I think it's a really good product. As you know, I'm a big advocate for the police safety because my 10-year-old wants to be a police officer, and he's pretty serious about it. So I'm going to do everything I can to make sure he's safe even before he gets there. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for indulging Mr. Washington, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing him to our attention. Anyone else would like to speak at this time? Anyone else? Seeing none, the first hearing of the public is closed. Going to approval of minutes.
Madam Mayor, would you like those individually or as a group?
You can do it as a group if
Thank
you
you.
like.
All right, then I would move that we approve the special meeting for December 3rd, 2019, the regular meeting of December 3rd, 2019, and the regular meeting of February 4th, 2020.
Support.
Have motion and support. Please call the roll.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. We have no scheduled hearings. The next item on the agenda is unfinished business, starting with the tax reverted properties for approval of proposal by Greater Detroit District of the United Methodist Church. And I'm going to let our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Fairbrother, speak on this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, City Administration is asking Council to approve the sale of 6 to 8 city-owned properties, including addresses at Lincoln, Topher, Valley, Shakespeare, Camden, and Gascony, for a total of $73,000 cash. To further expand on the proposal is Ms. Kim Homan, the city's Economic Development Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We had a special meeting last week where we discussed the status of the city's inventory of tax reverted properties. And at that time, we had just received in the proposal from the Greater Detroit District of the United Methodist Church. I hope you've had a chance to review everything. Actually, this district represents 94 congregations, including Emmanuel United Methodist here on Gratiot. There's a letter of support that was provided by Pastor Rush. They are going to be very involved in this project, particularly with the people who will be selected to live in the homes. The properties are going to be renovated anywhere between, I believe it was $50,000 to $70,000 per house. That does not include, of course, the donated materials, the donated labor, and the work that will be completed by volunteers as well as parishioners with expertise. It's nice when they have plumbers and electricians and others, general contractors that have the expertise. The families will be working with Habitat initially for the first 6 to 12 months to become eligible to become home buyers in Eastpointe. They will be working and living in the community and relying on support from, of course, people who already love this city, such as Pastor Rush and his congregation. The proposal does have a collaborative efforts from a variety of entities that are involved with the greater district. And the overall goal is the continued investment in the city. They would like to purchase additional properties in the future, have Habitat fix those properties, and then create new homeowners every year. Their goal would be, a minimum of 5 new homeowners every year in the city of Eastpointe.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. I think the question I had on this was these properties were in what type of shape were they? Because I know we talked about giving employees and residents first rights. And so I don't know if giving these homes to the Detroit organization are we doing what we said we're doing?
Well, we know that the properties are going to be renovated. I know that the proposal, or the resolution that the council had and the tax reverted property committee had been working over the past couple of years was actually that the city was going to rehabilitate the homes so that they would know the condition of the homes before they are sold. Some of these properties are in pretty grave condition. One of the properties is going to require about $16,000 just for the foundation repair. None of them right now have, one or two might have electricity that works, but the rest are missing furnaces. I believe most of the kitchens are going to need to be replaced as well as the bathrooms. Some of them have been sitting for 2 winters now, so the walls are cracking and the paint is peeling. No idea what the shape the plumbing is in. The costs that the city has already incurred on these properties will be covered. So the city will be at least made whole that way. And then the other suggestion was that we enter into a purchase agreement that would require, with this entity and even with individual buyers, that would require work to be done within a certain amount of time.
I guess my question is, how do we determine what houses to give to organizations and investors compared to what we give in the city employees and the residents' first rights? How do you determine that? By how much work the house needs to be done, and if it's over a certain amount of money, then you say, let's give it to these groups. Or if it's less than a certain amount of money, then we're going to offer that to the city employees and the residents so they don't have to put that much into it. How are you determining how to give these properties out?
So similarly to what we do with Community Housing Network, the gentleman spoke about one of the properties he wanted to buy. This council approved that last fall. Similar to that, this entity was allowed to view the properties and then selected some that were, actually they were looking for 3 bedrooms. So no, we did not do, it would be expensive to do, a total roof to basement calculation. We would have to bring in contractors to get bids, to determine what actually has to be done on the properties. Every property is going to be different.
Right, I'm just saying, how do we determine? Because if this is the case, all the houses actually need to be repaired. So
yes,
if that's the case, do we just give all others and not give it to the employees and to the residents like we say we're going to do? It seems like investors are picking and choosing what houses that they want, and then, how are we? It needs to be something in place where we're determining how we're going to give these homes to the city employees and the residents. First rights mean they look at it first. That's what first rights to me mean, and they get them first. But it seems like we're still doing this, giving investors the right to come and look at our properties and get them before the residents. So I'm not understanding how
Mayor, can I comment?
Yes, sir, please.
So, yeah, when we talked about the policy, we, I don't know if exception's the right word, but we made an exception for community groups like Habitat or Community Housing Network, where we were going to, the policy that we passed at least. And I like the idea that we would offload some of the homes to either Habitat for Humanity or the Community Housing Network, because we know they're going to be rehabbed. I mean, we're making sure each time we do that, that they're rehabbing them and then getting people in the houses. And I think our biggest goal was just to make sure that we aren't just selling houses to a developer, then who knows, 3 years later, we've got them in foreclosure or nothing happens to it and it's still an eyesore in the neighborhood. So we know they're getting fixed up. And that was like, I don't know if exception is the right word, but that was one of the goals of the tax reversion policy, that if there was a group that was willing to take some of them, we'd do that. And then there wouldn't be the chance, like you're saying, for an employee of the city or the school districts that we mentioned in the policy to buy it, like you're saying.
So they don't get first rights then, sounds like. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but it sounds like if investors saying we can buy up houses that we do want to get fixed up and they can place someone in, then it seems like the policy is really invalid. It's not working.
Well, not in that scenario. I think there's a lot of different scenarios in the policy, and for that scenario, there wouldn't be that chance, but other scenarios there are.
Okay, Councilwoman.
I just want to clarify one thing. We're talking about like specialty groups that are organizations to help people become homeowners that may not have the skills to become homeowners on their own. We're not trying to sell these homes to investors that are like going to just flip the homes and just sell them on the market to try for profit. If it was in that scenario, I would agree with Mayor Owens. We should be giving first right to the residents and, to our employees to have the opportunity to do that first. But this is more of a charitable organization that's helping people that might not have those skills to be able to become homeowners. So it's really giving people opportunity.
I would agree that these are actually nonprofits, and at last week's meeting, I was asked to check, and I will be meeting on Thursday with Reverend Lancaster, Pastor Lancaster of Love Life Family Christian Center, as they are interested also in partnering with the city. But again, these are definitely nonprofit charitable organizations that are working, that have invested in the city that already, and that are working to create new homeowners. And they're taking some really rough properties.
Anyone else?
Just had one minor question. I saw we say 73 in the 73,000, but the letter from them, I think, just says 50,000.
Oh.
It is, unless I'm missing a detail, I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page here. I think on page 2, page 2 at the bottom, it says 50,000 cash. I don't know if I was,
No, that was an original offer, and I told them that did not cover the expenses, so, yeah.
Oh, so my mix-up is we put the original in this current agenda packet, and we got the updated one at that special meeting.
Okay.
So if that makes sense, everyone, the packet for today's meeting just has the,
You're right, I included the wrong letter, and it says only 200,000, but they're actually investing $400,000, at least 400,000.
okay, now that makes.
My
a lot
mistake,
more-
thank you for
I should've
catching the
probably
details.
realized.
Randy tells me I'm not good with numbers.
So.
No, it is.
Yeah, that was all I had. Thank you for clearing that up.
Do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve the sale of 6 to 8 city-owned properties, including 16454 Lincoln, 14717 Topher, 4801 Valley, 22791 Shakespeare, 15053 Camden, 22114 Gascony, 17528 Topher, and 22421 Gascony for the total of $73,000 cash sale, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents related to the sale.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Curley. Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Stay right up there, Ms. Holman.
Yes, ma'am.
The next item is the tax reverted properties, residential homes, employee discount, and vacant residential lots. Mr. Fairbrother?
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The City Council recently approved Resolution Number 1891, setting out a process that requires administration to renovate residential properties purchased from the Macomb County Treasurer and to sell those properties at market value. Ms. Homan, our Economic Development Manager, has decided on potentially proposing some tweaks to the current policy, include a closed bids sale process, city and school employee discounts at a percentage of your choosing, and a vacant residential tax reverted lot process. Ms. Homan, the floor is yours.
Yes, so we're talking about some of the remaining inventory, and if I may, I will, of course, update the council after I meet with Love Life Family and see what they would like to do and what they're proposing. But we talked last week about these properties, about doing a transparent process whereby we would be able to incentivize city and school employees to live where they work, while also giving the public an opportunity to bid on these properties and to renovate them, again, subject to the terms of a purchase agreement that would require the work in generally 6 months, which seems to be a good period of time, having sat through the show cause hearings. But what we would like to do, and again, this is not to circumvent the policy, this is to move out this inventory of properties in shape, several of them with pretty bad foundations. We're not even sure if they can be saved, but we're going to give people a chance, whether it be individuals, other people who may have expertise that can go through with the goal of having them rehabbed within 6 months, and then with Mr. Albright's insight in terms of having them sell these to homeowners to the best of their ability. It would be a process whereby we would list all the properties we have for sale. We would select dates, most likely Saturday afternoons, where there would be a 1-hour block of time at the first address and then a second address. We could do probably 4 properties a day with another staff person and myself. Anybody who wants can bring a contractor, can come in, see what the property looks like, please sign a waiver. And then about a week and a half later, there would be a closed bid, Wednesday afternoon, 2 o'clock, highest bidder will receive the property, have a certain amount of time to get in their deposit. They would have to submit a $1,000 check. The winning bidder, that check would be cashed. The others could either leave it on for future leave it with the city, or have their checks returned. They would sign the purchase agreement in ideally less than 30 days to get these moving. And the other option would be, or the additional option would be, to give a discount to city and school employees, whereby if they were the winning bidder, we discussed last week a 50% discount. It's similar to something that is done with the Detroit Land Bank. They would get a 50% discount. So if I was not an employee, I would bid $50,000, and an employee would bid $60,000, and they were the winning bidder. Therefore, they would only pay $30,000 for the house. Again, they would have to fix it up within a certain amount of time, and they would have to live there for 3 years. If they try to sell it, the profits would have to be split proportionally with the city. Again, this is looking at the condition of the houses, what it would cost the city. We believe that there is a market out there. I know our city manager has been desperately trying to find a house without luck. Houses are either they need a lot of work at a high price, or quickly. So that would be the goal of moving the structures. And then with the vacant lots, those have been offered to adjacent owners, meaning side by side or behind. Again, on a closed bid process. The last set went out, should be back in the first week of March. We'll see if there are any offers, but if there are not, we would include that and do the same thing. Sets of properties we would post a sign. Again, give about a 3 or 4 week process for closed bids. Winning bidder gets the property. They will have to mow it, remove the snow. Ideally, someone would want to build. And the city manager and the assessor are looking at including a minimum bid price for those vacant lots based on the buildability and the size of the lots. We have everything from 40-foot to 80-foot lots.
Now, I know it was a young lady that came to the special meeting, and also the gentleman in the audience spoke about if their house is next door to theirs, can they be offered the house first, just like we do the vacant lots? Council, what do you think about that idea? If you're sitting door to a vacant house for 3 or 4 years and you want to buy the house, what are you guys' thoughts on that?
My thought on that, I mean, I'm not even 100% sold on this open bid process because it's against everything that we worked on trying to get these homes rehabilitated and fixed up so they're one of the nicest houses on the street. And I know that we would make the recommendation that they would have 6 months to do the repairs, but how do we know what level of repairs that we're asking them to do? Like, what is the standard? There's nothing presented to us that says, well, there's gonna have to be this much done to these properties. So, like, right now, I'm not necessarily even on board with this, so.
So you're not with the closed bid?
No, I'm still with, I would like to see these houses rehabilitated by the city first and then sold.
Okay, Councilman DeMonico?
I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Lucido. I'd rather the city pay to rehab them than be a lot less. I mean, we could hopefully hire like one company to do it all also, and then we'd just work with them. We'd have to be working individually with people too, and I think that would be a lot of overhead and a ton of work. And just from our experience with the, talking about this for the policy, it just doesn't, and past years, just with developers coming in, I just don't foresee that happening, I guess.
So instead of selling the homes to city, school, and residents, you want to fix them up first and then sell it to them? That's the way you want to do it? Yes, sir.
That's interesting. I guess to what degree would we require ourselves to rehabilitate the house?
Well,
I mean, there's got to be a degree. Golly, this room doesn't really need painting, but maybe it does. I mean, are we going to set ourselves some type of a goal or to say we're going to do this much to this house and this much to this house? And
well, I mean, every house is different, and I think the idea was to have someone go into the homes and kind of evaluate what needs to be done to these homes to make them one of the nicest homes on the block. And the idea is to encourage everyone, like, this is what your house can look like if you put some effort into it. Like, we wanted these houses to shine on, on each block, so.
I was just thinking, we've been sitting on a lot of these homes with that goal and have done nothing. And we're paying for the maintenance and water and things like that, when you got people that probably have the money to get these fixed up. I don't know where we're gonna get this money from to fix up all these homes. And Mr. Baker, you have anything on this?
Yeah, I'm kind of back and forth a little bit too. So, and I was checking with Randy a bit ago just to find out, a little bit about what's what and how and why do we want to make this exception. And just like you were mentioning, there are so many homes that they're sitting on. So it's an attempt to try to move some inventory out. So I really want to know what's best for the city. It seems like the question that we have is, how do we guarantee that this work will get done? Mm-hmm. If you sell it to, just say, a city employee, do we know that the work will get done? What's the guarantee that it'll get done? Is that a stipulation that'll be put that, you have X amount of days? But then, like also Councilwoman Lucido said, it kind of depends on to what extent. If someone has to repaint and, maybe put some new steps out front, that might be something that can get done in a relatively short amount of time. But if the roof is falling in, there's structural damage and things on the inside, is 6 months a reasonable amount of time. So that's kind of where my back and forth is on it.
Ms. Van Haren, I know you're in the audience. I want to ask you, you've been doing this for a while. Now, the city employees who have been buying these homes and moving in, have they been successful in moving in and fixing these homes up with no problem?
I think only a few city employees purchased a home, maybe 2,
Okay.
3. And they were successful and they turned out fine.
'Cause I just
Yeah,
wanna-
and they still live in them.
I just want to go, some statistics on how we make our decisions. And it shows that when these employees buy the homes, they fix them up and they live in these homes. So now we have an employee that not only works for the city, they live in the city too. So I really like that. And so,
Yeah, I think one of the tough things to handle for the city would be if we're doing these rehabs to the home prior to selling them, that's going to take staff time, a lot of staff time, and we don't have the staff to handle that kind of construction management position.
and I don't think we have the funding for it. That's my whole thing, so.
I think I would be okay with offering these homes right now to city and school employees, just to them, with the idea that they live there for 3 years after the home is rehabilitated, which I think is what we've done in the past. I would be okay with doing that, but putting them available for everyone right now for the opportunity for like investors and things to purchase, I would rather see how many we sell this way with city and school employees and see how many we have left and see if at that time it's manageable, because part of the reason why I was voted for an economic development manager was to kind of take over this project, so.
So, what about the residents? Did you guys want to add them? Because I know that was in the policy we just made, city employees first, and then residents have the rights to get these homes. So now we're just doing city and school employees. We already made a policy already.
Mr. Albright?
Mr. Albright, I know we did the policy when we do city and school employees first rights, and then we did the residents, and then investors were last.
Okay.
So in this proposal, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Lucido, you saying we're not doing the residents?
Well, I believe that when we did the resolution, we had asked Mr. Albright if we could just offer it to residents of the city of Eastpointe.
It's
Legally.
from a policy standpoint, that's something that the city could do if it decides to do that. Is that something that the city council necessarily wants to do, though? That's a policy decision that the council has to make.
I mean, if we're making them live there for 3 years, I mean, I would be okay with that then.
Well, the city and school employees, they'll be living there, but then the residents, just for instance, the man in the audience said if you want to buy the house next door to him, and he's a stakeholder and resident and taxpayer, why wouldn't we give him the opportunity to be an investor in his own city?
So the question would be, would you require the residents to occupy that house? I mean, if they're a homeowner, and then the question is, would you allow then that to become a rental? Because it's either owner occupied or rental, correct?
Well, like an investor, we give them the property. Why we can't do that with the homeowner? It's their investment property.
I think, Ms. Holm, are you asking if they move from one house to the other, then now we have another house up for sale unless they're renting, I guess, then
Right.
it could be rented to the next person, but if they own one already, we're just kind of opening up a different house? Is that what you're maybe asking, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Say that one more time, because I was getting the idea, if I live and own my home and it's the house next door to me, and I want to invest in that home because I've been living here 20, 30 years, I have somewhat control on who moves next door to me. And so I think that's what the whole purpose was, to have the residents have some type of control on who moves next door and across the street from them, and still also be investors and, things like that.
So they would rent, are you saying you live in house A, next door is B, you'd buy it and then rent it out to someone? Like, is that what you're saying then? Because you're saying invest.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't know if I would agree with that, because the idea behind the resolution was to, like I said, try to get increase home ownership in the city, so.
Well, if we if we sold to residents only, we'd have, obviously have stipulations, because there are some houses that we own that they're in pretty bad shape, aren't they? There are some that are not too bad a shape, but there are some, should I use the word deplorable? Probably. And we've had them for a long time. So if we restrict it to employees or residents only, they're still going to have a minimum repair on them, and maybe that's part of the stipulation. We got a house at 222 Veronica, and here's what needs to be. Here's the minimum repairs that you have to do in order to obtain a license to buy it, or occupancy.
Is that, Mr. Albright, is that something you think that's doable with the councilman just said, Councilman Curley, and with stipulations on?
Yeah, it's a matter of first setting forth the policy that the council wants to implement, and then it becomes a matter of incorporating that policy into a purchase agreement. Ms. Holman's already forwarded me a purchase agreement, which our office has reviewed, and I did make some revisions last week and sent it back to city administration. So the purchase agreement, we have a template now, and if there are additional requirements that the council wants to impose on a potential purchaser, yeah, that's something that can be contained in the purchase agreement itself.
I definitely don't want to table this, because we need to do something with these homes. Because it's a couple months, we have to buy a couple more homes.
You're right, and this fall, this county's gonna be contacting us again and say, hey, we got lots of homes that we want to sell to you. So we're gonna be going through this thing again unless we set some perimeters to handle what we got now, that we've had for too long of a time, and then wait for the new ones, and maybe we wouldn't have to hang on to the new ones 2 years like we're doing now.
I guess I was just foreseeing we just hire someone to fix these up as we did before, but we just did the exterior improvements before, but do all the improvements and then just sell them on the market. I think I'd rather just rehab these and not even sell them to employees or anything. I'd rather see us rehab them, and then we could sell to employees first. I think that's where I'm at. I don't think I want to do any of these other variations, at least personally, and stick to what our tax reversion policy says.
My suggestion would be that we do an RFQ, not an RFP, because you don't want low bidder. So if we qualify people with construction experience, and then we could have then propose designs for each house, but let it be selected on what the market will bear in that community. Because RFP just gets us the cheapest materials and the cheapest labor.
Because I'm thinking, okay, we got these certain amount of houses. You don't even have a number of how much this would cost the city to fix these houses up, do you?
I do not.
I have a question. How many homes do we have right now? It would be 14 left after the 8?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So 14, I mean, even if we did it in 2 different RFQs, we broke them into 2 bunches, one builder might be a lot for them to take on, so it might be better to do 2 separate, I mean, I don't know, that's just a suggestion, but I do agree. I think we should at least go out for RFQ and find out how much a builder would think that it's gonna cost to rehab these homes, maybe start there.
I mean, some of these, I think, right, it's like we've got 10,000, I mean, what's the average on one of these houses that we've spent already with back taxes, and
Mr. Blum.
do you know roughly? I don't need an exact.
Yeah, on the residential homes, roughly $20,000 in back taxes plus current taxes, because we pay current taxes plus snow removal, mowing, all that.
So I
I would
think
say it's
even
about $20,000.
Even putting $30,000 into a home, we're gonna sell it for more than $50,000 for sure. So that's where I'm seeing, I mean, it's gonna be a lot of money up front, but we'll get it back when we sell it then, and then the neighborhood's nicer. I think that's where I'm at.
And actually, if we get the Love Life proposal to whittle that 14 down a little further, then it becomes manageable. I mean, the whole idea was to reduce inventory to make it manageable to handle the tax reversion committee policy as approved.
And I'm for sure with the RFQ because, well, this is why I've always asked for the exact documents that all the bidders no matter what the bid is, if it's this or if it's a road project or whatnot, because I remember we had a conversation about a $1 million project, and it was like an $800 difference, and I'm like, how are we supposed to? I'll spend $800 more on a $1 million project if that company is better. But we didn't have any of the documents, and I remember our administrator at the time was not happy with just spending the $800 extra, which I thought was a very strange argument. But yeah, so I'm completely on board with what you're saying.
I would do it for qualifications, and then we could require minimum experience. I know we have, there are people around here with GCs that have done this kind of work. Get a pool together, and then they can go through the houses. We will have ideally, I hope at least a minimum of 5. I would assume we might even get more that are interested in doing the work for us. And then they could, again, go through sets of properties, and we could choose then the design and the cost that could be borne again. So it is one of the best in the neighborhood without costing the city, without putting the city in the red.
Mr. Curley?
Yeah, thank you. Well, we talked a lot of different proposals, and quite frankly, I am not married to any particular proposal. But I guess I would ask a question out loud, is that if we have 13 or 14 homes and someone down the other side, it's expensive. So my question is, first of all, we start renovating 12, 14 homes, it's going to take a while. And bottom line is, do we have the money? If we're talking about 12 or 14 homes and it's cost, I don't know, $40,000 to fix each home, and some of them are probably going to cost that much. Bottom line is, do we have the money to even do it? But time is getting away from us, obviously. Those homes have been sitting there a long time, and we're going to get more. And so whatever we're going to do, we need to do it quickly. And if we have the money, then we need to hire the contractors to get in there and do the minimum stuff that will be required, and then put them on the market.
Thank you. Mr. Blum, do we have the money to get these renovated?
Yeah, we have the cash reserves to do that right now.
Okay.
We can handle it.
We got the money.
We got the money today.
Record that, somebody.
Well, since we got the money, why haven't we been renovating them? And why is it taking so long?
The policy to be approved, first of all, and then we got Ms. Holman on board to get the process rolling. So we are in the position now to actually get going on following the policy.
Okay, it sounds like, I think we all agree on the same thing, it's just how we want it, the different levels. I think we all agree that we want these houses fixed up. And you guys are saying get them fixed first. We don't know how long that's gonna take.
We're gonna put
We
in
don't know
some
how
time-
much how much money that will be. Even if we had the money, we still don't know how long it's gonna take. And then we gotta do a process when people buy them.
Well, I have project managers who tell you that I'm not a very patient person, so I usually want it done yesterday. This is a priority, and then we've got to get them out. We've got to get the spring, the warm weather is coming. There's no reason why the work can't start. We're coming to the end of the winter, and we have got to get all of these out of our inventory before we get the new lists in July.
And so if they're getting fixed, going by what Councilman DeMonico and Mayor Pro Tem was saying, we fix them up and then we go back to the drawing board with the city and school employee discount? Is that what you're saying?
We should do a discount. I'm fine with offering them first rights to purchase the homes, but if we're fixing them up, I don't think we should do the discount.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure, those, they get first pick at them, though.
In a closed bid process then, similar thing? So they would be all fixed, the differences and then there would be the opportunity to see them and submit a closed bid?
Yeah, with a minimum bid
We
set.
said
Correct.
30 days or something it was open for, I think is what we discussed before, something like that.
And then whatever ones were still left after would go on the open market for sale.
For the residents?
We do the open bid for the school employees and the residents, and then after that, we go on the open market.
Okay.
However, we tiered it in the policy, I
Yeah.
guess.
I think there was,
So what's going on down here is they're saying they agree, they want to go ahead with fixing them up first
Right.
and then selling them. So I don't know how you all feel about that.
Sell them to open market or to residents?
City employees and residents first, and then open market.
Didn't I hear something about, you said city employees, didn't I read something about city employees and/or school employees?
Well, yes,
Yeah, yeah.
So the first tier was city and South Lake and East Point Community School districts. Well, I guess depending where the house was, I think we were doing it, if it's in the East Point district, we asked them. If it's in the South Lakes, same idea as us selling the East Point ones to East Point folks. That was tier 1. Then Mayor's talking about tier 2 was like then the residents after that if one's not sold, and then 3 open market is at least what we discussed in the reversion policy. And then I think we just had like a legal question if we were allowed to just offer to residents. I think was I don't know if we could answer that question, but that was the 3 tiers. As long as tier 2 is okay.
It can be done as long as reasons are given for why you're preferring residents over.
Because we want to.
Yeah.
Can that be in there? Because we
There
want
go.
to.
We've got our reasons. So 3 tiers. There we go.
I like because I want to. I like that.
I bet if we get a motion to all of that effect from down the other side of the table, you'd probably get a second from down there.
All right.
Then we can go on to the next item.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I do agree with fixing them up, but I don't agree with, I would like to have, I wish we could have done it like we've been doing it for the last couple of years before I was even here, and selling it to city, school employees and then residents, and whatever we have left, fix them up and sell them. So,
Mayor, maybe we'll have some better candidates, physical candidates in this next batch that we can try that they'll require minimal work, particularly if we can get to them before the utilities are shut off and the winter comes. And that's going to be the plan. We're going to move them out by September.
how long we had these properties, Mr. Bum, sitting?
Well, we bought a batch in 2018, July of 2018, and then the next batch was July of 2019.
And 2 from 2017.
That's true, there's still two hanging out there from 2017.
2017, 2018, and 2019. I've done too much with them.
Correct.
Okay, you guys want to make a motion?
Sure, Mayor. Yeah, I'll motion then that we talk to Love Life first and see if they're interested in any. And then after that, do an RFQ process. I think, at least for me, leave the details of all that up to Ms. Homan and city administration about rehabbing all the homes and then putting them on the market in this 3-tier system we just talked about. And I think, is there any other details we need in the motion?
That covers it.
For all the tax reversion properties, of course.
I'll support that.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
Curley.
Yes.
Baker. Mayor Owens.
No. Going to the next.
One more thing.
The
Real
vacant-
quick, can I just make a motion in regards to the residential?
The vacant
lots?
Please.
Yes, please.
Okay.
In addition to that.
Yeah, so I think we discussed this, and I think we were all fine with just selling the lots right now. Everyone agree?
Well, like we've been doing, asking the adjacent homeowners, do they want to buy them first? They say no, let's get rid of them. Okay?
Madam Mayor, I motion to approve administration's plan to market the tax-reverted vacant residential lots for sale to the general public through a closed bid process with a minimum bid price per property as determined by administration.
Support?
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Curley. Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Holman.
Thank you all for your dedication and discussion.
Yes. Okay, now we're back on, still on unfinished business. We're going to appointments to boards and commissions. I would first like to thank everyone that applied. We had a numerous amount of people apply, and we're grateful for that. I think this is the most I've ever seen apply. And also to the people that's been over 3 to 5 years, some even longer. So thank you for your service. So we're going to, yes, ma'am.
Really quick, just, so first of all, the first recommended one is for Arts and Cultural Diversion Committee.
Okay.
diversity. It says diversion
Yeah,
on there. So there's actually there's 2 people up for reappointment, and there's 2 vacant seats, so there's actually 4 to be filled spaces here. And my other recommendation too is, can we do these like one at a time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that makes sense.
Actually, I had one question then, just to double check with Mr. Albright. We were not reappointing city employees then, right?
That's
were
correct.
saying? Okay.
Oh, and there was one more question I had for Mr. Albright. So one of the seats for the Arts and Cultural is due to expire on 7/1/20. When we appoint that seat today, can we do more than 3 years and do again in July for that one seat?
That's a good question.
But what if that person wants to reapply or something like that?
Yeah,
That's the only
technically,
thing.
they have to, they're 3-year, you can't go beyond the 3 years.
Okay.
So we would have to come back before council for a reappointment.
All right.
It's like assessment board of reviews, March 15th deadline, except all these go past 2020 though, but yeah, there'd only be one more meeting.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Okay, so we can go through this. So some of the people who have their agenda, me as the mayor request that the open positions and boards, commissions be filled. The appointments to the Arts and Cultural Diversity Commission, Beautification, Local Office Compensation, Parks Commission, Zoning Board of Appeals are mayor appointments with approval of City Council. And the appointments to Assessment Board of Review and Planning Commission are City Council appointment. I'm gonna start with the Arts and Cultural Commission, and, we had a lot that were interested. And they've been doing a really good job. It was a young lady, Rofick, I believe. I don't know if you guys seen that. They, board president of the Scrap Club.
Mariuka.
Yeah. Maruka, the president of Now Defunct Playhouse, a Detroit community-based art organization. Her husband is also on the Arts Commission as well.
What name did you have?
Maruka Rofick?
Rofick.
She applied on February 4th, I have.
So-
Yeah. So that was one that I had wanted to appoint.
Can I just make a motion to appoint her?
I thought we needed to do all of them. We was gonna do all of them at once.
Well, some of them will be different, so if we could just do them individually, because they're not all gonna be until July 1/22. That's why I asked Mr. Albright if we were able to extend.
Okay.
So-
Did you guys? Okay. All right, that's
Is everyone
one.
okay with appointing Maruka Roflick? Is everyone okay with that? Is everyone okay with appointing her to the Arts and Cultural?
Sure.
Okay. So, Madam Mayor, I will motion to appoint Maruka Roflick to the Arts and Cultural Diversity Commission with a term expiring July 1st of 2020.
2020?
I'll support that.
Move and support it. Call
Did you say 2020?
Yes.
So it's only for 3 or 4 months?
Yeah, that's.
Fair enough.
Yep.
That's why
I want to get my
Another 3 years on top?
my motion's a little bit different. That's why I wanted to make sure. Okay. And was the second, I did not catch it.
Me.
Thank you.
That was the 4th position we were saying. There was a member that resigned. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was hoping that we would be able to do the 3 years and 4
Well,
months.
So the couple months that's left is how,
Come July, we'll just have to reappoint her, to give her the full 3 years.
well, I want them to have the full effect. So what part are you looking at on there? Because I'm
Well, we
looking at
could
right here.
Appoint her to one of the 19 spots then.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. Because I actually wanted
Okay.
your Miss Dybel to do a couple more months and take that spot because she's been doing a really good job. And then she can help get the new people acclimated in different roles and see if she wants to continue
Okay, so
when that ends or something.
I will amend my motion to have the term expire July 1st of 2022.
Okay.
2022?
2022.
Wouldn't it be 2023, 3-year appointment?
Well, it expired in 19.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
Are you ready for the vote? Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Curley. Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes. And then we have a person's term you said that's expiring soon. Got a couple more months left.
July 1st of 2020.
Okay. So I want to appoint Ms. Diebold, and if she wants to come back to council after that term is over. But I think she can help the new people out with some of the vision she had. And she's been pretty much the chair over it, and so I want to keep her on there for right now.
Madam Mayor, I will motion to appoint Alyssa Diebold to the Arts and Cultural Diversity Committee for a term expiring on 7/1 of 2020.
Support.
Moved and supported, call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
Curley.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Cultural Diversity Commission with a term expiring.
Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next one is Ms. Wilson. She's a Macomb Community College sophomore in motion design for the Arts Commission. I would love to have her.
That's Megan Wilson.
Megan Wilson.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I motion.
Anybody like to support?
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Curley.
Yes.
Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes. I would like to appoint Mr. Moore, who's always active in the community and always comes to the council meeting. He didn't come to this one tonight, but I think he would be good for
Mrs. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, if I just like to say that Mateus is up for reelection for this board, and he's done a lot. And he is an art teacher, and
Okay.
he's really only been on for 1 year, and I would really like to give him more time because they have been moving so, forward and getting a lot done. There's a lot of different things that, they're working with the DIA right now to try to get a mural in the city and things like that. So I would like to give him a chance to, have more time on the commission before we replace him.
Okay, I'll go with that.
So, Madam Mayor, I motion to reappoint Mateus Krenzer to the Arts and Cultural Diversity Commission with a term expiring July 1st of 2022.
Support.
Moved and supported, call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
Baker. Curley.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes, we got one more on here.
That's four, that's all. That's four.
That's the,
Okay, that's the
that's
four.
the four.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Moving forward to appointment of the Assessment Board of Review.
Okay.
Okay, let me find my top people on here. There's so many, so give me 1 second, everyone.
Ooh.
I don't think she filled this out. Some of them didn't fill it out properly.
I have a Dwayne Bredden, Ricky
Okay.
Thomas, Cheryl Smith, Deon Brown, and a Larry Edwards.
I have Mr. Breeden.
Deion Brown, Cheryl Smith.
Cheryl Smith.
Larry Edwards is the three that I
And
had
Mr.
documents on.
Mr.
But you
Spiller,
need, five.
Mr. Spiller and Mr. Markert are up for reappointment, and I think if we don't reappoint them, we don't actually have enough.
I think Mr.
applicants.
Spiller, we should keep Mr. Spiller. He's been, he showed interest in, I don't know why his application isn't in, but he showed interest in, staying on the board.
So, Madam Mayor, I'll motion to reappoint Keith Spiller to the Board of Review with a term expiring May 15th. Or March 15th, 2023. 22, sorry, March 22.
Support.
Moved and supported, call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido. Curley. DeMonico. Baker. Mayor Owens.
Then we have Cheryl Smith. She's a licensed electrician, and she works at one of the big three plants, so she wants to be on the board of review. So,
Madam Mayor, I would suggest appointment for Cheryl Smith
okay.
to the Assessment Board of Review.
Support, with the term expiring of.
March 15, 2022,
Uh,
I'm assuming.
For a term to, I don't know.
What term at?
There's 3 dates on here. There's one that should be 21, 22, and one that's
22,
23.
yeah,
Yeah.
March 15th, 22.
We already did the 22 one.
No, there's 2 22s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
We're 22, all right.
Okay, let's do it.
I'll support that. 2022.
Yeah.
Right, 2022.
Got that?
We have a tape.
Moved and supported. Call the roll.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Lucido. DeMonico. Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes. Then we have Mr. Breeden for appointment for the Board of Review.
Mayor, I'll recommend we appoint Dwayne Breeden to the March 15, 2021 position for the Assessment Board of Review.
Support.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
Curley.
Yes.
Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes. Also,
What about Larry Edwards? Can we do
yeah,
for an
that's on the
alternate?
one. Yeah, we can do Mr. Edwards as alternate.
Madam Mayor, I will appoint Mr. Larry Edwards as an alternate to the Assessment Board of Review with a term expiring March 15th, 2023.
Or 2021.
I have 2022 and 2023.
Yeah, me too.
Because,
All right,
well, I had that-
2021?
That's big, and then we'd probably reappoint him, I guess,
Okay.
maybe.
Yeah.
I have support on that.
Oh, support.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Curley. Baker. Owens.
Yes. Next is the appointment for the Beautification Commission.
We, Mayor, we
yeah.
had one more alternate position,
Oh, we did it? Okay.
if we wanted to do that one. We didn't, we could reappoint Mr. Markert
Yeah.
as alternate?
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
All right, Mayor, I'll motion that we reappoint John Markert to the March 15th, 2022 alternate member term of the Assessment Board of Review.
Support.
Moved and supported. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Baker. Curley. Lucido.
Yes.
Owens. Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next is the appointment to the Beautification Commission. I have Miss Lindsay. She's an event planner and also designer, and she does a lot of decoration and landscaping. Miss Lindsay. Yeah, I have that in front of you all.
Madam Mayor, there's 2 people that are up for reappointments. That's Miss Bishop and Miss Rose.
Ms. Golden?
Oh, yes, 3. I take that back. And Miss Golden. And then we have, well, Miss Pack we need to replace.
She's a city employee.
She's a city employee.
So when is their reappointment up? Miss Bishop and Miss Rose?
Bishop and Miss Rose and they're right, and Myra are all up. I mean, I think they're all I'm not sure about Miss Rose, but I know that Miss Golden and Miss Bishop want to be reappointed. I guess
and
I should
actually,
go to Mr. DeMonico for this because he's.
Yeah,
the
Miss
liaison.
Rose is actually, Chantel, she's moving soon, so she won't be living in Eastpointe soon, she told me today.
So we
Okay.
should probably replace that one then.
Yeah, and then Christine, but yeah, Miss Bishop and Miss Golden would like to be reappointed.
How long they been on the boards? Because I want to give people an opportunity. If they've been on the boards three or 4 years, that's not fair to the residents who are trying to be a part of the community. And then we have people on these boards that have 3 positions, and we want to spread it out. We want transparency, we want inclusion, we want diversity, and we can't do that if we keep having the same people.
There are 2 members of the board that I believe the commission's going to suggest we remove because they haven't been there in a while. Those 2 terms aren't up right now, so we'd have to get that. But yeah, we've had some positions that have been hard to get people to show, so I think we have at least those 2 openings, and I think we'll have 2 more either like next month or, after the next regular meeting. I think they'll suggest that to us, I believe.
So that was, I guess that was my thing, is that we're gonna have 4 new members already, going onto this board. Because I agree, those 2 have not showed up in a long time to beautification.
So you want to replace well, if they haven't showed up, we got to give them the courtesy and letting them know we're going to replace
Right.
them, then just replace them.
Yes, that's why,
And-
when I had talked to you earlier, I thought about tabling this because of that, but, just the beautification one. But, I mean, we can still go ahead with the other
Appointment.
reappointments and, the
So we
appointments.
got 4 appointments. Let's go with Miss Lindsay, the event planner, designer, and landscaper.
All right, Madam Mayor, I will motion to appoint Shirley Lindsay to the Beautification Commission with a term ending December 31st, 2023.
I'm sorry, it's Desire Lindsay. I think her.
Oh, sorry.
It is another Lindsay in there.
All right. I'll amend my motion to
Alright.
Desire Lindsay.
And 22, not 2022, because they end December 31st, 19, right? Yeah,
All right,
so.
2022.
I'll support that.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico. Curley. Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next, we have Ms. Muro. She has experience in gardening, including planting, maintaining, transplanting, watering, fertilizing, pruning, weeding, and a variety of perennial and seasonal plants. So I would like to appoint Ms. Muro.
I'll support that. I don't have her application in front of me. So
Oh, sorry.
I'll support that motion.
And I'll support that.
Ms. Muro, we have motion and support, I'm sorry. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico. Curley.
Yes.
Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes. Ms. Jones, she says she's volunteered to help to keep the city clean and remove trash and debris when needed. So whether she's on the board or not, she does her part within the city. So I love for her to be a part of the commission.
Madam Mayor, before we fill out the other seats, I would really like to see if we could remove those 2. Because, first of all, they have, like, Miss Bishop and Miss Golden, they have the landscape awards at the end of this month that they worked all year, when they put their, effort into picking these homes and
Right.
going out and doing that. And so if you're not going to reappoint them, I would at least like to give them the benefit of seeing through the work they did this year and be able to be part of that event at the end of the month.
I thought their appointment wasn't over till later on.
No, both of their appointments are up, that Miss Bishop's and Miss Golden's. And then there's 2 other
Yeah,
seats that we need to remove first before we can fill them. We need to write them letters.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Is there
their
s-
terms don't end until the end of this
So
year.
the 2, these two right here, they're no longer attending meetings. So they still have time left, but we have to go through the channels to remove them before we can fill those 2 seats.
Okay.
And then Myra and Betty are both up for reappointments.
Okay. So what I was thinking of was extending these 2 so they can finish out the year, Ms. Bishop and the other young lady, with the terms of the other 2. That were ending, oh,
We
because you gotta
can't-
let them know.
We have to have them removed before we can
Appoint
appoint them to those time slots, is what I'm saying. So if we could just be appointed 2, table this till next month,
Okay.
and then maybe we can get that, at the March 3rd meeting, get them removed, and then the following meeting, we can replace them.
So wait, okay, so the other 2 people that needs to be notified, we wait on that, and Ms. Bishop and the other lady, because they've been doing so much work, finish it out.
Well, they would at least finish it out until next
Yeah.
month when we do the reappointments.
Yeah,
and
I
then we can make
agree.
a decision at that time.
Okay, so did you guys want to finish appointing the ones that are open?
We just appointed 2, the
Those
2
two?
that are actually open, which
Okay, well,
is
let's-
Rose and
Okay, well, we can keep the other applications for, so I need a motion for
So
those.
I'll just motion to table the rest of the appointments till March for the beautification.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Was it Councilmember Curley with the support? I could,
It was
Baker, thank you. Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
DeMonico. Curley. And Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next is to appoint a local officers compensation commission. There's so many, and they're all mixed up.
I think sometimes we call this one the local officers compensation
Yes.
commission. Sometimes it's elected officers compensation commission. So I think that's why these are out of order.
And then some of these people have resumes, so it's kind of hard to look through all these. Got put aside for
It says elected right here, and it says local on here.
I was gonna appoint her, but I wanna try to have new people on these boards if possible. And then with the people, who's always been there, if it doesn't work out, we already know who to keep and who not to keep. Okay, I see.
I have Walter Martin, Ricky Thomas, Mary Rayford Hall, and Dwayne Bredden.
Let me find those people.
How many names did you list?
I
Also
have
had,
four.
I had one, I think, Betnana Pierce, a fifth one.
That name up here? I don't think we all got them all at the same time, too. So some you might have and some I might have, so that's the only thing. Okay, Ricky Thomas. Have Ricky Thomas. And he has served for professional leadership. Has a lot of work ethics. Been in Eastpointe for a while. He has a Bachelor of Science in Business, technical skills. He has a lot of experience. And so I'm going to appoint Mr. Thomas.
I'll support that for a term expiring in April 7th, 2026.
Oh, it's correct, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it's a,
So, Mayor, were you making the motion? Because Councilmember Lucido supported.
Okay, motion.
Or did you intend for someone else to make the motion?
I'd say yes.
Councilmember Lucido's first, or make and count, okay.
Yeah. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
All right, okay, yeah.
Curley. Baker. And Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next is the Parks Commission. I want to appoint Ms. Easley. She's the owner of Epic Entertainment. She does a lot in the community and also the library and other parts of Roseville as well. So I want to appoint her.
Madam Mayor, I would just like to say, because I'm the liaison for the Parks Commission.
Okay.
Ms. Johns, she has been coming to our meetings.
Okay.
So I do feel like she's really showing an interest in the commission because she's been coming to the meetings even though she's not even on the commission.
Right.
So I do think that we should give her a preference because of the fact that she's actually like still participating even though we haven't even appointed her yet. So
Right.
I think that shows some initiative that she's going to be a very good board commission member.
Yeah, I was going to appoint her next. So I guess we know who we're going to appoint next, right? So, yeah, Ms. Easley, well, we can do both right now. Appoint Ms. Easley, the Parks Commission, terms expiring July 31st, 2020, and then appoint Ms. Chantalia Johns for July 31st.
I will make a motion to appoint Chantel Johns to an appointment expiring July 31st, 2022. And Ms. Easley, I don't have her written down, sorry, for an appointment to, that expires July 31st, 2020.
Support.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Curley. Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. We're almost there, guys.
We're getting through it.
Yeah.
Fast, too.
The next one is the Planning Commission. I had Ms. Moore, Ms. Sylvia Moore, who has experience construction. She was a construction project manager at Wayne State University. She used to be also on the zoning board with Eastpointe Commission years ago. She also has a Bachelor of Science in Construction, Engineering, Technology, and Management. She's a licensed builder and been living in Eastpointe over 20 years. Council?
So can I ask who would be your other two be that you'd prefer also?
I think Ms. Naylor, she's in the audience. She's been coming a couple times to the council meetings, and she showed some interest. She came last council meeting and talked about how she wanted to be a part of it. She's also a licensed builder, a business analyst, community activist. She's the president of the Association of Black Women in Construction. She is leadership and I can't really see it, but she's been a resident over 20-plus years, too. President of a national association of women in construction is huge to have that on the board. Both of them are licensed builders. Ms. Moore worked for Wayne State University in project management and construction. Then I have another young lady here, Ms. Brown. She has a resume with her. She works for General Motors as a project engineer. And she has 19 years' experience in engineering, project management, purchasing, and shipping. So they all are overqualified, and for them to be able to want to work use their spare time to do some volunteer work for the city of Eastpointe, that's huge, especially with the new development coming in. They have more, probably more newer experience with what we're dealing with, as far as either would it be container homes, tiny homes, and if not that, new development in the city of Eastpointe. And they all have pretty much, two of them have over 20 years, and one of them used to be on the board of zoning, Ms. Moore did, and one is a president of construction. So one is an engineer for GM. So,
Madam Mayor, if I can, I just want to put up, there's no actual vacancies on here. There's 3 people that are up for reappointment, and they all applied to be reappointed. I do know one thing about this commission, like these people are, the people that are on the commission right now presently are very passionate about the commission. So this is very hard for me because I know how much, time and effort that they put into this commission, how serious they take it.
right.
So, I don't know if the rest of council has any opinions.
Well, yeah, the 3 that are up for a reappointment all sent in requests to be reappointed. And if you've attended any of the planning commission meetings, they are extended hours, and they're all dedicated. They really love this city, and I would not like to see them replaced at this time.
Mr. Baker?
Yeah, I was kind of leaning on the reappointments as well. I've had the privilege of seeing them in action a little bit. I could not stay for the entire meeting, but I do see their passion in it.
How long they been on the boards? Over 5 years or more?
5-year terms, so I have no idea.
Yeah.
personally.
I mean,
no
I
idea.
definitely appreciate anyone who has spent their time and effort and volunteerism with the city of Eastpointe over 5-10 years. That shows a lot of dedication. But how do we include other people?
And I agree. I do agree with you that, you know, especially when there's vacancies and like a lot of people are on a lot of boards and commissions in this city. Spreading them out and trying to get new people involved if they're on multiple boards or multiple commissions, taking them off and replacing them with new people that want to get involved. I think it's great because I do want to get as many residents involved. So, you know, there was one gentleman that, you know, applied for like 7 different things. We weren't going to obviously appoint him to all 7, you know, different boards because we want to get a lot of variety. But some of these members, this is their only board and commission, and so I think that because they've already donated so much time, there's no reason to take it from them. I mean, they've showed this commitment for many, many years to the city, and I think that we know that they're going to continue putting in the time and effort that they have in the past, so.
I'm not trying to take any, I just think, just like you mentioned, Ms. Johns, she comes to the meetings and she's not on a commission. I think when you're dedicated, you're going to come whether you're appointed or not. And
Right.
so I feel like for them to be on these boards over 10 years, that's not fair. So you can explain that to the people in the audience, why you think they shouldn't be a part of a community they've been spending 20-plus years in, and they have the requirements.
What does council think about, so I would like to see Ms. Moore on the board. Ms. Moore and the reappointment of Mr. Broll and Palazzolo.
Then I also would like to know, how long does you say it's in fairness to keep people on boards when you have new people moving in, other people moving out, and other people want to be a part of the community? And not including them makes people feel like they don't want to do anything. If you're going to continuously keep the same people over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough spot to be in because it's not really wanting to push anybody away. That's the thing, and the commissions are only so big with so many members, and it's looking at both sides of it. It's like you don't want to take away from the service and the dedication of those that are serving, but on the same token, it doesn't imply that we don't want anybody new. It's almost like you just can't have the best of both worlds, and really sometimes it's just as simple as that. It's tough. It's really tough, and I myself don't want to say that I'm rejecting someone or whether they've served X amount of years or not. Like, I don't know personally how long each member served on their commissions, but on the same token, I'm not against new people coming in. I was a new person coming onto a commission before, so it's just really a matter of picking, who you feel represents what you're looking for. And I don't want to try to weigh scales and say that, this person over that person, it's a tough one, so.
I don't think I'm picking someone over, because I'm thankful for the service of each and every one of them. My whole thing is giving people a fair chance.
No,
This is not picking.
I'm not
People
saying
had
you.
10-plus years. Oh, no, sir, no disrespect to you. I'm just saying, these people had 10-plus years. I think we gave them, and they did an amazing job. They should get an award a long time ago. But at the same time, when do you start saying, thank you for your service, bring new people in, and have those same people who have been so much a part of it? We're not saying they can't still come to the commissions. We're not saying they can't be a part of it.
Yeah,
We have appointed 10, I believe if I counted correctly, 10 new people, and that's got to be for sure a record
Yes.
since I've been on city council in one day.
Yes.
Like, not reappointments, like 10, I think 10 brand new people, for sure.
Is there any way, since it's so important to you all to keep these people on, and it's important to me too, but like I said, to make them alternates for some type of way?
I
Just
don't
to,
think the planning commission has alternates.
we don't have alternates?
No, it's not the way it's set up.
Oh, okay.
Do you wanna make-
Well, all right, I'll make a motion, we'll see where it goes. I'll motion that we appoint Sylvia Moore Let's see, they're all the same years. They'd end in December 31st, 2022. Sylvia Moore, and reappoint Mr. Broll, Mr. Palazzolo.
And who was the second one?
Palazzolo?
I'll support.
What? Oh. Oh, Mr. Moore, too. So you're suggesting one reappointment and one new appointment?
Two reappointments.
Yeah, one new appointment, Miss Moore, and two reappointments, Broll and Palazzolo.
And who determines whose place Moore takes?
Well, that's what, I mean, be Mr. Jakubiak's, because it's, those are the three up for reappointment.
I think Mr. Jakubiak does a fantastic job on the planning commission. I think he does amazing, but he is on two other commissions. He is on the housing commission, and he is part of the compensation board, which I think he's very valuable at those. So if we were, in my opinion, if we were going to have one new person as like a compromise to try to get this passed, I would rather see that seat be where the new person goes, just because of the fact that he is we're not completely excluding him from being participating.
I guess I just want to, and you should know this already, that unlike a lot of other commissions, the planning commission is incredibly important in partnership with the council. A lot of our decisions are made after the planning commission diligently goes through days, weeks, if not months, to come up with a recommendation to us. We really don't get that from other boards or commissions, not to the extent that we get from the planning commission, and the learning process they have to go through, and the regulations they have to attend to learn the regulations is extremely important. So putting new people on there now, yeah, when you say, well, they've been there too long, I guess I could say that to, if a councilman was sat here for 12 years, I could say they've been there too long, that we ought to give somebody else a chance. So, so I mean, I just hope that you all realize the importance of, you just go in there and on the first meeting of the month on Thursday and make those extremely important decisions.
No, I agree.
Yeah, Miss Moore has a background in construction, and I think, and I've talked to her, I think she'd do a fine job on the board.
Did y'all look at the other people, or you just crossed them out and said, we're gonna?
No, I looked at all of them. Ms. Moore definitely stood out to me because of her experience.
Okay.
But
Anyone?
obviously, the experience of the existing members is also huge because, like Mr. Curley had mentioned, taking classes and things like that,
Right.
So they know how it goes. So we do have a motion to support on the table.
Okay.
Well, just one more statement,
Yes,
Madam Mayor,
sir.
if I might. Assuming this goes through, this passes, that you're reappointing one person, Palazzolo. You're suggesting Moore as the second person, and so you have three people that were up for appointment. So
The motion was to reappoint Tim. It was also to reappoint Tim Palazzolo, yes, and Michael Broll were to reappoint those, and then to add Sylvia Moore. That was the motion that's out.
You got motion and support?
Do.
Okay, call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Lucido. Curley.
No.
Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes.
The motion passes 3-2.
Next item is to appoint for the zoning board of appeals.
I only have two.
Yeah.
So, Madam Mayor, I'll motion to appoint Folin Williams and Ricky Thomas as alternates to the zoning board of appeals with a term, Ricky Thomas with a term ending March 15th, 2020, and Folin Williams with a term expiring 2021.
I was gonna, since we didn't choose Ms. Naylor, who has construction,
I think she applied for it.
and is the president of a construction association, and we didn't choose her for the planning, and we chose to keep two other people. I want to put her on the zoning board.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize she applied for that.
No, I don't think she applied for it, but since we already, seemed like we already pre-appointed people, I'm thinking it would be a good idea to, since she didn't get the planning commission, to put her on the zoning board of appeals.
I'm fine with
I
that.
think Ms. Lucido only did that because we only had
We only
two
had two,
people
that's
that-
why I
Okay.
went with the motion, but yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. I will amend my motion.
Thank you.
To appoint Folin Williams to the zoning board of appeals as an alternate with a term expiring March 15th, 2020, and what was the other?
Ms. Kim Naylor.
Kim Naylor with, as an alternate with, as a term expiring March 15th, 2021.
Support.
Moved and supported. Look at our desk, guys.
What'd you say, sir?
Look at our desk. Again, thank you to everyone the council meeting is not over. But I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been a part of these commissions over so long. And hopefully, if you're not a part of it, please continue to be a part of it. We just want to make sure that new ideas and new visions are a part of these commissions. And hopefully you can stay a part of it. Just because you're not on the commission, you're still a part of the team. And,
We didn't vote on the last one.
oh, can you please call the roll on the last one?
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico. Curley. Baker. Mayor Owens.
Yes, and congratulations and much success to everyone who's been appointed. Next, we're going to do appointments for the ethic ordinance. And Mr. DeMonico, please.
Mayor, can we take us a 5-minute recess, please?
Oh, yes. We're going to take we're going to do a 10-minute recess. We've been here since 5:30. So we're going to do a quick recess, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
I sincerely thank you.
Thank you. I know.
Okay.
Yeah, my stomach over here. All I got is cough drops.
Hey, Randy.
Can't hear me either? You can hear me or just?
Usually I'm told to quiet down. Oop, I'm sorry. Yeah, mine was. I had to stretch my legs. Hey, well, you know what it is? I've been up here so long, I had to stretch my legs. Yeah, I use my outside voice.
Yes. Those are Joe's.
Hello, Joe's.
Yeah, those are the council pictures. Those are Joe's. Just the-
Them again?
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, I brought him in here on the line.
Ethic Ordinance Ad Hoc Committee, and I'm gonna direct this to Councilman DeMonico, because he knows all about this, and Mr. DeMonico.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think we could keep this short. We talked about the committee last meeting, and I think we just need a motion to appoint folks to this, just 2 council members and 3 members of the public. So I guess I'd make a motion then that myself and Mr. Baker be appointed from council, and Mr. Walter Martin, Ms. Mariuka Rofik, and Mr. Mike Kleinfeld be appointed as the ad hoc committee ethics board.
I'll support that.
I just want to make a recommendation. I think all those people are good. I know Mr. Lippard, who is part of the Boy Scouts, I think he applied for city council as well. And it said he has a bachelor in business and several classes focused on business ethics. And he had applied a long time ago, and I think Mr. Kleinfeld just applied today. And then we have Michael Ezel. I don't know if that was one of the people you named, but he was appointed to chief, and he was appointed by the Wayne County Circuit Court. He has a bachelor's in business, and he is in the Detroit Bar Association. He used to be an ex-police officer. And Patricia Robinson, she has a master's degree in management and core specialization in public administration from University of Phoenix. And she's also a police officer with the Oakland County Police Academy certification. So, I guess the other,
Definitely a lot of good people that have applied for the ethics board. Probably on our sheet was we really don't have an ethics board in our ordinance, so, we were assuming they'd be interested in this ad hoc committee, and I'd hope that this committee hopefully can do like all the work in like 3 meetings or something like that. I don't know, I guess, we'd find out once the people are on it, but then, then I think, it'd be a more long-term thing then once we appoint people to a board, I guess, if we do end up creating an ethics board once the ad hoc committee's done with their business and, you know, brings the forward to us and, we pass it and there's an ethics board in it.
I actually thought about being a part of the board because I have one, I'm only on the DDA. And that's the only thing, and I think you're on planning, you're the liaison of DDA. You are on the beautification, you are MML and planning. So do you have to be on this, or since it's your baby, that's why?
Yeah, I'd like to be. I mean, I think it's only, I'm hoping it's only like, you know, 3 meetings or something like that. So I'm hoping it'd be a, you know, shorter term thing. And I wasn't, you know, Councilwoman Lucido, you know, was on the tax reversion committee. And so I thought I'd try and jump in on an ad hoc committee now, you know, and, you know, yeah, like you said, I've, you know, wrote up well, I'll put it on the agenda, so.
I'm wondering why I wasn't added, having my background. I think I would be good on this committee. Mr. Baker, in the ethics board.
I'm a supporter of ethics. That's as simple as that. I told you, like, even with my job been there over 19 and a half years, that's kind of a thing that we do. So that's all I got to say about it.
One thing, I definitely support Mr. Baker being on it, because he's not on any boards or commissions, none.
That's true.
None at all. And then I do agree, I think Mr. DeMonico, because he's the one that kind of initiated this whole thing, I think he would have, so I support that motion with, I mean, even though I had an interest being on the ethics, ad hoc committee also, I do think that it would be nice to have Mr. Baker involved in it, because he isn't on anything else, and.
I just like the fact that, well, I agree with those two being on it, but having Mr. Watt on it, I think Mr. Kleinfeld, you know, being on boards, is, again, I just want to give people the opportunity and.
Well, Mr. Kleinfeld isn't on anything right now, and I know he wants to stay involved in the community, and this is just going to be a few meetings. I do like the idea because of the fact that he's a lawyer, and I know you mentioned that you thought having a lawyer on there would be important, so I think that. Agree with that statement that you made, and so I think Mr. Kleinfeld would be definitely a benefit to have him on there. Mr. Martin, I do think that, you know, he has a law enforcement background. He has applied for boards and commissions before. I think this is an opportunity to really get him involved in the city, because I know he's tried in the past, so I would really like to see him on there also.
What were the other two, Mr. DeMonico?
What was the other,
You
sorry?
said Walt, Mr. Kleinfeld, and who else was it?
And Mariuka Rofik.
Don't we have her on something already?
Let's see, pointed her to the Arts Commission.
Yeah, I pointed her to the Arts Commission. So let's do someone else, so that we can have everybody get a fair chance.
Who are you thinking?
We got the young,
Mr. Lepard?
yeah, Mr. Lepard from the, who was, I think he was just here, and he ran for council.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
older gentleman who,
yeah, okay. Adjust my motion. Yeah, Mr. Walter Martin, Mr. Gary Lepard Jr., Mr. Kleinfeld, and then myself and Mr. Baker.
I'll support that revision.
moved and supported, call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
Curley. Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Okay, we're almost there, everybody.
We're on page 2 of the
Yeah,
agenda
page
now.
three. Yeah.
You haven't got to the city manager report yet?
No.
Okay, we're almost there. Reports from administration. Before we go into this, thank you, council, for the opinions and your recommendations on the appointments. I'm glad we were able to do that together. Reports from administration, starting with our assistant city manager, Mr. Fairbrother.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. I am going to keep my report very, very succinct this evening. I'd like to take the time to remind all of our residents to vote on March 10th, 2020 in the presidential primary. Additionally, I want to wish Elke Doom a speedy recovery. I know she isn't feeling too well this evening, but I want to wish her a speedy recovery and come back to the office soon. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blum, Finance Director.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council. I wanted to bring up a topic that happened or was discovered over the weekend anyways. The computer in the Mayor and Council office, the BSNA applications disappeared. They have been reinstalled as of yesterday. I talked to IT. Apparently what happened was there were some issues with the Microsoft Office suite on the computer in there. They ended up swapping out computers and forgot to put BSNA back on. So as of yesterday, it is back up and running. If anybody goes in to check things out and run some reports, I know would love to be able to do that. So that is working again. And then the only other thing is there will be a flyer in the March water bill for the 2020 census to encourage people to actually fill out the forms and get them back. The census drives a lot of funding that the city gets, from roads to public safety grants. I mean, there's so many things are driven by census numbers, and it is important for the residents to participate. So they can look forward to that, and that's all I have unless you have any questions.
Any questions, Council?
Not yet.
For Mr. Blum or Mr. Fairbrother? Okay, Mr. Albright, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I think there might be a couple people that's still in the audience that were here during the show cause hearings. What's going to happen after tonight's meeting, there was a court reporter here that was taking down everything that was being said during the course of each of the hearings. Once that transcript is prepared, the court reporter will send that to our office. Will send with a cover letter containing the council's decision in the case along with the transcript to the property owner, so they know exactly, even though the property owners, except for one case, there was a representative, but the property owners were not here, they will know exactly what was said during the course of the hearing, and they will also have the council's decision in writing. If anybody wants to see the next round of show cause hearings, those will be at 6 o'clock before the next regularly scheduled council meeting in March. And that's all I have, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Council?
Nope.
No. Okay, moving on to new business. The authorization for engineering services to prepare plans, specifications, and provide contract administration for the Getz Park improvements.
Madam Mayor, I motion to engage the professional services of Anderson, Eckstein, and Westwick to prepare engineering plans, specifications, and provide contract administration for the Getz Park Improvement Project.
Support that.
Any questions on that? Moved and supported, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Lucido?
Yes.
DeMonico?
Yes.
Curley?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item is the bid award for the fire department turnout gear. Did you want to say anything, Mr. Sajan, Chief?
Yeah,
Waiting
I keep,
patiently till now.
keep my comments short tonight. Just there was a reminder, each of the firefighters have 2 sets of gear. The second set of gear that they have is approaching the 10-year life. So this usage of the grant fund for this is very timely and much appreciated. There was a crew that a couple days ago, they had 2 fires within their shift, so that's how important it is to have that second set of gear.
Okay,
So if you have any questions for me, I'm here to answer them.
Now, since the other agenda item is about the fire hose, you want to just put all that in one?
Correct. So the hose is pretty simple. It's the hose we use. Pretty straightforward on that one. Wasn't able to buy as much as we wanted to due to the cost of the fire gear. But between the gear and the hose, a little bit over the $60,000 mark, we can cover the $80 overage out of the budget.
Okay. Council?
Madam Mayor, I motion to award the purchase of 23 sets of turnout gear to the sole bidder, Apollo Fire Equipment of Romeo, Michigan, in the amount of $1,356 per pant and $1,193 per jacket, for a total expenditure of $58,627.
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido?
Yes.
DeMonico?
Yes.
Curley? Baker?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is the fire hose for the bid award.
Mayor, I'll motion then we award the purchase of fire hose to the low bidder meeting specification, Apollo Fire Equipment of Romeo, Michigan, for the purchase of 9 lengths of 1 3/4 inch diameter fire hose at a total cost of $1,449.
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Lucido?
Yes.
Curley? Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item on the agenda is the allocation of 2020 Community Development Block Grant Funding to nonprofits. And we have approximately, let me go to this page, I'm sorry. Let's skip the page.
Mayor, I had one question. I think I just realized I may have sent that to Ms. Doom, and obviously
breakdown?
she's sick. Huh? What'd you say?
You did the breakdown again? Like you
Well, I
always do?
did. I do, and I've got an Excel sheet ready if we want to adjust numbers. I've got to pull it up somewhere here.
You have copies for all the council?
Yes, I do. Yep, let me.
Of course you do.
So this is something we're going to talk about right now. This is public, but my question, I don't know, Mr. Fairbrother then or Mr. Marucci is going to know the answer. My question was because they changed it up this year, if I'm understanding how it was set up here. Is the chore program part of the $23,087, or usually that got funded? We didn't have a choice. They funded it, and then we got money.
Same this year. The chore has already been taken out of the city's allocation. So this is a pure $23,087 for nonprofit groups.
Just for everything, we don't have to worry about the chore program.
Correct.
Fully funded. Oh, well, cool. That's more money for each of these other groups then. So then ignore, I had two columns because I didn't know what the case was. Ignore, so essentially the multiplier without chore, that's the section we do want because we don't have to worry about the chore program being part of it.
So we don't need the chore program?
Well, that one's funded without us doing anything.
Well, I like what you already have. I was gonna say just add the $391.10 to the Macomb County Warming Center. That's for the homeless, correct?
Yes.
So then we finish, we'll be done using the funds.
Yep, and what, I just set this up so that, as we've done in the past, we just give a little more to the groups that took their time out of their day to come to our last meeting.
Okay.
We've always given them a little bit more of a percentage of what they asked for. And so that's all I have there. It's a different percentage then.
Did you wanna just add that 391, or? 'Cause
Yeah.
I think everything else looks good, because I think you gave them a lot of them.
Yeah, let me make sure my math adds up then, here. And I'll make that motion then, Mayor, sure.
Thank you for doing this.
We do appreciate it.
Yes, we do.
No problem. Let's see, so, Ms. Lucido, did you add can you add the 391?
I have a total of $2,885.
Or 2,080, or?
Yeah, 2,800.
Oh, 2,000.
85 cents.
Well, that's for the Macomb County Warming.
You said for the Macomb County rotating shelter, right?
Oh, I thought I was looking at this, because this was
Yeah, I was
left
adding
over
that
with that.
I was adding it to this one. To the
So that'd
Macomb
be
County
174110,
rotating
I think.
emergency shelter one. But, yeah, we could add it to that one.
Yeah, I was adding it to the Macomb
Okay,
County
hold on,
Warming
I was
Center.
changing this.
I did it in my head, I think, here.
I think it's $1,741.10.
And I think this should add up exactly to 23,087 then, Mr. Marucci.
Nothing 500 or less.
Nope. The
Good.
lowest is, for Wigs for Kids, 700. Which usually we do the 1,000, but, we're 70% of the way there for that. Okay, so then all right.
Well, did you, I'm sorry.
Sorry, yep. Mhm.
Since we usually do the 1,000, do you just want to add the 391.10 to the Wigs for Kids, so we can
Okay.
give them exactly what they asked for? What do you guys think about that? So that'd be.
Sure.
And then just add the $91.10 to the Macomb
Yep.
County Warming Center.
Yeah.
Or we can do that.
So 14, let's see, so that'd be 1441.10, I think, 1441.10. You guys are making this easy, if we're gonna go with this.
You made it easy.
Looks good.
So then again, yeah, for anyone in the public, there were these groups that these philanthropic groups came out to our last meeting for the hearing, and there's a certain amount of groups that apply to the county, and then some of them also come out to the city council meeting. If they come out of the city council meeting, we've been awarding them more percentage of their ask than the groups that don't come out. And last time, Care House, Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers, Maggie's Wigs for Kids of Michigan, and Turning Point Incorporated came. So then I'm going to read out what we're all looking at on this spreadsheet here. Then, Mayor, I'll motion to allocate $6,300 to Care House. And I can give you a copy if you want, Mr. Marucci. I've got it right
We will
here.
need that.
$2,058 to Interfaith Volunteer Caregivers, $1,441.10 to Macomb County Warming Center, $1,128.15 to Macomb Homeless Coalition, $1,000 to Maggie's Wigs for Kids of Michigan, $2,409.75 for McRest, the Macomb County Rotating Emergency Shelter Team, and $8,750 to Turning Point.
Support.
Moved and supported, please
Very
call the
nice.
roll.
Good job.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Lucido. Curley.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
And Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next item is the purchase of ballistic vests. Chief, Deputy Chief. Kaiser, would you like to speak on this? I know it's,
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is essential safety gear for the newly formed special response team that we have. It is the state bid price, so we will not find it lower, and it is a budgeted item.
okay, council, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would move that to approve the purchase of 10 tactical ballistic vests and associated equipment from the Michigan Police Equipment in the amount of $12,618.20. State of Michigan contact pricing 071B66000016.
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
And Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next item on the agenda is the adoption of resolution, the approval of budget amendment BA 20-08.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council.
Yes, sir.
You received an email Friday with the update through December 31st showing expenditures for all the various funds. This is the typical mid-year budget amendment that we do just for things that were either planned and aren't happening or things that were unplanned and did happen. Some of the highlights, if you will. We are increasing the rental inspection revenue by $100,000, but then decreasing the administrative fee by the same $100,000. That particular item was a creation of the former city manager, and it was based on 25% of the finance department going to water sewer. There is no way that original number could be justified to an auditor. So it is being dropped or cut in half. I can justify 12.5% to an auditor, but I cannot justify 25%. That ends up being a net zero. There's also a decrease in revenue on the reimbursement for police. There was a half of a school liaison officer revenue that was left in the budget that is never going to happen and never taken out. So that is removing that piece of it. There is a lot of items here for the general fund with changes on the expenditure side. Some of it is just moving money around where it was budgeted in one department and belongs in another. You will see like the movement of the court money. There was a part-time employee that was supposed to be doing court maintenance, cleaning, and they've moved to McCoy Maintenance to do that work, so it's moving it from one line to the other.
While you're talking about the court, I had a quick question.
Sure.
What did you mean by the court audit fees for non-participation in the annual audit?
They have not participated. While they are part of the city from an operational standpoint, they do have a separate bond fund where they take money in, both ticket revenues that are then dispersed and then bond money for court cases. That has been part of the city's audit since 2000 and, well, whenever the court started, I think 2004. The last 2 years, they have not participated in the audit, and state court administrator rules does not require them to have an audit. They just encourage them to be a part of the city's audit. The court has just not made themselves available, and their bond fund has not been audited the last 2 years. The state court administrator's office is supposed to do their own audit of the court every 3 years. I've been here 17 years, and I'm aware of one audit in those 17 years by the state. So there's concern, but nothing that I can do to make them be a part of the audit. So it had been a budgeted line item. It's not going to happen. No reason to be there.
Okay.
So, yeah, I know, kind of odd. Let's see, what else? Oh, well, we had to add in money for the interim city manager, the cost related to that. Amazingly, there's an increase in the finance budget because the payroll clerk was not included in the original budget. The previous city manager had it in his mind that he was going to combine payroll and accounts payable into one job, never budgeted for the payroll position, and then council ordered him to fill it, but never put money back in the budget because I wasn't aware it wasn't there because, salaries were not handled by department heads last year. So, going through all these numbers, you find little oddities like that. I mean, again, there's a bunch of movement around. I don't know if you have any specific questions on any of the other items. CDBG is just the extra money we got for Johnston that was budgeted or came in after the fiscal year end. There is some changes on the water sewer side, including the decrease in administrative services. We did have to increase the sewage because the rates came in from sanitary district that were higher than we had budgeted, but it's offset by 2 different reductions, so that comes in all right. And then some minor adjustments on the motor pool. But if you have any questions, go ahead and shoot.
Any questions?
Well, I know that there's been I received a lot of emails questioning the color printer and the desk file cabinet.
Okay.
Now, I know that the color printer, that there was an existing in the council office, so I believe that was a replacement because it had broke.
It never really worked.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that had been in there was a old used one that was in the basement that was found and brought up originally. The color one was put in November. It was ordered by IT at the request of the mayor, and it's now there and running. But there was never any budget. I mean, council specifically did not include budget for these types of items. So we're spending money that is not currently budgeted for.
I think I asked IT to bring me a printer that works, and I think he put on himself to buy a new one.
That's very possible because nobody knew he had ordered it until it
I
was
didn't know
delivered.
he ordered it until I came in the office. It was like, we got a new one? And he said,
But then when it did arrive and the interim city manager was notified there was no budget, he authorized it anyways.
okay.
Well, I was just going to see if we could just have a general conversation about the, council budget, because I mean,
Yeah.
of course, the council budget's just very, very, very small part of the budget, and, we didn't discuss any of these things. I guess I didn't know some of the history of this printer until just now, I guess. But like, we didn't discuss, well, because I mean, our whole budget, counting all of our wages, is, at $57,860. $1,200 is quite an increase to that. I don't think we talked about, a file cabinet or anything either like that. Should have, I guess no matter how it was purchased, we should have discussed at the council table as a whole any of these items.
And again, the previous interim city manager authorized these purchases without going to council and knowing that there was no budget.
Well, sure. I understand, but somebody, I mean, at city council initiated this, right? So,
I mean, I don't know if initiated, again, requesting, Mr. Marucci, we talked about, getting a new desk. I don't think buying a new one was a conversation because we got the desk from the basement. So majority of the things that we have was, first, we tried to find it in the basement first.
Correct, with the chair and the desk. The desk was downstairs, and it was missing a file cabinet. And the interim city manager directed me to purchase a file cabinet for that desk.
Okay, so it wasn't by mayor or
And
council?
the old desk was taken out, and this one that was sitting in the basement, unused, was brought upstairs.
So so he went ahead and bought, just to clarify, I realized the desk was in the basement, was brought upstairs. We've had the desk in there now, fine with the desk being in there. But, so he went ahead and ordered a file cabinet for that desk, even though none of the 5 of us requested it.
He directed me to order a file cabinet for that desk.
So going forward, since it wasn't approved by mayor and council, but we have it now, I don't see why it would be a bad thing to have a desk that works. We can put files and stuff in there. And then additional administration can use that file cabinet too. And then we have a printer that works. So, and then none of it was authorized by council, but going forward, we need it to be authorized by mayor and council.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I wasn't here yet, but I just kind of learned about it recently.
Yeah, so,
No, I agree. I think that we definitely need to make sure that we clarify that if it's affecting the council budget, it should be approved by all of councils before it's purchased.
yeah.
And I think administration needs to let all the department heads know that, so,
Yeah,
a color printer doesn't accidentally get bought without.
yeah, but,
sure, in the future now, we'll go better forward.
I'm not gonna
We've
lie,
had some
when I seen the color printer, I was excited because when I first got on council, I asked for a printer and to save money, I said, let's use the old one in the basement. And it worked, didn't work for a long time. The IT guy had problems with it. And so I guess they were tired of, I don't know, getting it fixed. So after, it's been, how old was that printer? Over 20 years old or something? I don't know.
One that was in there?
In the basement, yeah.
Actually, it wasn't that old, it just had very expensive toner, which is why it was in the basement.
Okay.
So,
Well, I
but
tried
the-
to save some money by
Yeah,
using it.
the new IT guy, who is fully aware that any future purchases have to be approved by the assistant city manager, so that won't happen again. And the new city manager is fully aware that you don't spend money that's not budgeted. So I don't expect this to happen again.
Okay, thank you. And we could use that money for more conferences and education too, for council. Yes, sir, Mr.
Madam
Conlon.
Mayor, after the other two council people spoke, I'm going to get a little bit more specific. That I'm puzzled as to why we need a printer in the council office, which is now the council office, let alone a color printer, let alone a printer that costs the taxpayers $1,200. I can't imagine. I guess somebody have to give me suggestions. Why would I go in there as a council person, copies or 500 copies of whatever, unless it's my own campaign stuff, which would be illegal. The DPW has been asking for a color printer because most of the things they get from AEW isn't color, and they were refused that by the last administration, that they said no. So they print copies of things that ought to be printed in color in order for their people to do their job. But I'm having a very hard time of wondering why we need to keep a printer, a color printer, in the council office.
I agree with a lot of what he said. I didn't know it cost $1,200 for a color printer.
I think that's.
But,
the-
I thought that was a
that's
total.
both- That's both. the
Right.
printer
Okay, 'cause I was like, that's
cabinet.
expensive.
And some extra supplies that were not budgeted. So it's about $200 worth of supplies and $1,000 between the and the printer.
Okay, because that was pretty expensive.
So the printer was probably approximately like $600.
But no, I-
More, it was like 400.
Because the filing cabinet was 401, right? 401.
That's in our
You
bills.
couldn't find a
68.
cheaper
Something
printer?
like that.
And the bad part about it is the printer's still not set up right. It's still not working.
That's an IT issue.
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess just listening to what Councilman Harvey said, if DPW is in need of it, I don't know what everybody else's use of it is, but if there's somewhere where it is needed, then it seems like it should go where it is needed. I mean, I have used it. I did not print in color. I printed in black and white. And that was just some information I needed that was through an email. But if it's needed somewhere else, I'm not against putting it where it would be better, put to better use.
Yeah,
No,
but-
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I do agree. I mean, having the printer there has been times that, like, my printer at home might not work and I need to print something up. So it's nice just to be able to go in there and print it. But I do agree, like, we don't necessarily need a color printer, so if that is needed somewhere else within the city, I'm fine with taking that color printer and putting it there. And then just getting us a plain, cheap black and white printer to use in the council office. But, right now, it's already been purchased and.
Right. And if we have to swap out a black and white printer for our color printer, it is what it is. I don't want to spend too much time on but I just want to move forward and saying what we shouldn't do again.
Make my life easier.
I think everybody's in agreement with that.
Yeah.
Just doing it the right way,
Do that
everybody
and
dialoguing.
Just walk to a printer if you need color.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I think
I do use the printer. I do a lot of, being a council person, I know a council person and being a mayor, I do a lot of research. And I do print out things, and that's part of our job is researching, and just like Mr. Monaco did all this work for us, and he needs a printer, I don't, if you don't, you probably got a printer at home?
Well, yeah, but I'll need a color printer. I do actually not buy a color printer on purpose because it is so expensive.
Yeah.
I do just black and white at home, and I see a friend if I need a color,
Right,
a
right.
color copy of something because, yeah, color is way more expensive, and I color once in a while. Yeah, like the Pacer. I think we were talking about DPW. The Pacer map's not very helpful in black and white.
Yeah,
Well, I guess that's funny, but, so I guess bottom line, after we discuss this, and we're going to vote on this, is this an update, or are we going to vote on this? Is that what you're looking for, a vote? So if I vote, if somebody makes a motion to accept this, and I vote yes, then I'm agreeing and that we should have the computer in the council office. So I'm going to vote no, whatever happens, unless we agree to remove the color printer from the office. And I don't think it's funny.
No, I was agreeing, I think, with you, Councilman Curley. I think I agreed, that was an administrative thing, not linked to this. We are gonna switch out the printer, right? And I think nobody objected to
Nobody
that.
disagreed with you about
And
removing the printer.
The manager,
And the chuckle came at a comment that Mr. DeMonico said about what he does in his own personal life with printing out his information. There was no disagreement with anything that you said.
no, it's just ironic because I have black and white at home, just need color, and I was just trying to make a joke. I agree with so what we're doing is, I think administratively, without a vote, we're switching the printers. DPW will have their color one, or whoever administration thinks, whatever Ms. Doom thinks.
So like they're going to move it tomorrow.
Then this budget amendment would be the same. What'd you say?
So they're going to move it tomorrow.
Sure.
Well,
I don't. Yeah, whenever, I think, right? I don't know. Okay.
City administration will make accommodations, and we will actively look for a printer that we can switch out with that.
You could probably find one for $75 or $150, not $2,000. Whether it's black and white color or orange.
Yeah.
or we can swap it out for the color printer with somebody had a black and white printer, so we get it for free. So, can I get a motion?
Okay, I'll motion that we approve budget amendment 20-08 as recommended by the finance director.
All support.
Moved and supported.
Excuse me, I have a
please.
question about the motion, just so I understand it. Are we, I mean, is this with the understanding that we are moving it? Is that gonna be part of that Okay, I just wanna be sure what I'm voting on.
Okay.
Well, I'll add that we move the printer, so we have a black and white one in here, and color one goes elsewhere. We'll just add it into the motion, just so we're clear then, even though it doesn't need to be.
So we're going to have it moved, and what we're voting on is all the back and forth stuff that Mr. Bloom had to do to balance the books.
I guess we should amend the motion too, just to make it clear that any future purchases for the council office come to council before it's actually done.
Sure, yeah, and I'll amend, any future, I'd say, changes to our budget at all,
Yeah.
come to the council table for a discussion for sure before we move forward on any.
All right, I'll support that.
Moved and supported. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
Curley.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next item is the adoption of Resolution 1898, Street Lighting Special Assessment. Mr. Blum, can you talk about this a little bit, please?
Yes. Madam Mayor and Council, this is, we've had a 3-year street lighting assessment twice now. So we've had a street lighting special assessment for 6 years. This particular one actually expired in the December 28 tax bill. It was not caught in time to get this approved and to get it on the winter 2019 tax bill. I mentioned at audit time when we were doing the review that this particular fund had some money left over from some new lighting that we did not get installed, but that it would be in a deficit by June 30th of 2020, which it's still on track to be in a deficit. This request, the Special Assessment Board has determined that there is a need to continue the special assessment, and council needs to pass a resolution for us to move forward then with the next step of the process. The one thing that we are not determining, and we're leaving up to council, is whether council wishes to add additional money for additional lighting, or to just keep it as a pay the electric bill and keep the current lights on. And that's why there's two different options. One is without capital and one is with capital. It has two different rates that would end up being charged depending on what's going on. But right now, we just need a council decision on what path to take on this particular topic. If we don't have a street lighting special assessment, it will come out of general fund. So that's the other thing to keep in mind, that would be another 300,000, 350, I don't know, gotta get my glasses on again, about 315,000 a year that would come out of general fund that it currently does not.
I'm sorry, sir. Can we afford that?
No. No, that's when you start talking about laying off a couple caps to pay for streetlights. So,
I have a question, really quick.
Councilwoman.
With the proposed, for adding the extra streetlights, it looks like it's a little $130,000, about $230,000 over the 4 years would be increased. How many streetlights would that add?
the estimate we had from DTE is $2,000 per light pole. So the 122 would be 61 lights. And we originally had identified 60 lights that were going to be installed. We just ran into problems where we had to get easements from the backyard to the front yard to string a power line. DTE will not do anything until we, the city, get the easements going. That's why in this proposal with capital, that nothing happens until 2022, because it's going to take us that long to actually get the easements in place. So it buys us a little bit of time before the capital kicks in.
I've got a question about those 61 streetlights. Do we have, so I know we had a map before, maybe I'm forgetting. A
Mr.
map
Marucci had it.
of the current lights, right?
Oh, yeah, we still have that, yes.
Is there a map of where the proposed new lights would be? I don't recall having something like that before.
Mr. Marucci had worked on that particular project. The focus was on south of Topher. We were going to start, south end of the city and move north. So there was 60 locations. Every intersection currently has a street light. The idea was to put a street light mid-block because it does get fairly dark between intersections. And there were 60 locations that had been identified at the south end. And then we were just going to move forward from there with additional lighting as it came about.
I know we did make a policy at one point on how we, I thought I printed it out, maybe not, on how we determined where just a couple criteria so that it wasn't just first person to send us a suggestion,
Right.
Was where we put a light. I guess I don't have it on me, but we did at some point.
I think the basic policy was no closer than 400 feet, because I wrote it.
Okay.
And going through, and Ms. Lum is exactly correct. I had looked at the area between Gratiot and Kelly, Topher and South. And again, as he said, every intersection in town has a light. Mid-block, very, very few lights exist. And our blocks are just long enough to where you might be able to get by with one. They probably need two, but that 61 would then become 122 very quickly. But typically, if depending on, I have the south end of town memorized in terms of how many houses are in each block and so forth. So I literally drove all of them. It was approximately one light mid-block with power coming from the rear for two reasons. One is I can't stand poles that serve no purpose other than spanning a wire. And number two, anything in the right-of-way is just a target to be hit. So all of our lights that we do have are typically fed from the back. So it's a very laborious process to obtain an easement from property owners to span that wire.
And you said they paid $23.78. Mr. Blum, was that for the special assessment?
That would be, the annual special assessment for every parcel.
Okay.
I have one quick question
Ms. Lucida.
for Deputy Police Chief Kaiser. Do you think that it's beneficial to help reduce crime if we add streetlights to these streets?
Yes, so traditionally, the criminals don't like lights. It helps the cameras pick up that most people are getting, pick up the images, and light drives crime out.
How many total lights do we have right now?
1,300.
13. So this would be like,
And all of our lights have been converted to LED. There's not one existing street light that is non-LED.
yeah, that's very exciting. I know I'm very happy about that. So that'd be like 5% new. Just curious what the lighting bill change would be. 5% more than, I guess, if we had 5% more lights.
Yeah, because they charge us on it's not on electricity usage, it's on a per pole charge. So whatever the current per pole is, that times 61 becomes the new rate. But you'd be about right, it'd be about 5% extra.
Because the bill went down for a while and then it went back up. Is that because they all of a sudden charged
Yeah,
more
I
for?
think DTE realized their revenue dropped.
There was an 8% increase about 2 years ago in street lighting.
We got a more substantial than that on the LEDs.
Huh?
Because they did tier it of which type of light got what percentage increase, and I think the LEDs got almost a 20% increase. So after we saved all this money, then they jacked it back up on us.
I hope the other ones are still even more expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh,
Okay. Okay, I guess there's at least that, but.
They haven't made anything up with energy lights or anything like that. We can save money.
Anything
Mr.
that's
Blunt.
even cheaper?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
Madam Mayor, I motion to adopt resolution number 1898 to authorize the continuation of the street lighting special assessment and fund additional streetlights throughout the city.
Can I get support, anybody? Nobody supports that? Now, the additional streetlights are, you already know where they're going to be, Mr. Blum, as far as,
I would assume we're going to stick with the original plan we had for south of Topher for the first round, and then Mr. Marucci or somebody else will identify the next batch.
okay. How many of you guys want to table it? It sounds like nobody wants to,
Motion just dies if I don't get support.
Yeah.
Someone else can make another motion.
You, like for, the proposed map maybe of the new ones, is that?
I would like a proposed map of where those other lights will go and why they were chosen there. Just for instance, if it's a high crime area, we want to put lights there, or residents need it there, I want to know.
I chose the logical method of working south to north. I could have easily worked east to west and north to south. It was just, I started at the south end and worked that way. I have no complaints of higher crime or lesser crime.
Okay, I think I want to table it for more information about where these lights are going, and you said make a map or something like that, Mr. DeMonico, of where they're going.
Yeah, I think that'd be good to, I think I'm leaning towards not approving the extra lights. I know we did that this last time, and then we didn't even really put any new ones in. But it wouldn't hurt to have a map of where they're gonna go to know. I'll probably still lean towards the first recommended motion, but.
Just one item I'd like to bring to your attention, that supposedly was a goal the council had and the residents had when we had the goal setting session, the importance of more lights.
Oh, no, yeah, I know.
Yeah, but he's agreeing with that. He's just saying we want to know where those lights are going.
Okay.
And so, I mean, it's,
Well, except I think I'm leaning towards the assessment that doesn't include the extra lights, though. That's what
okay, I see what you're saying.
But
Until
I
we
don't
find
mind
out.
seeing them. I mean, the map can't hurt to know, so I'll, you said you wanted a motion to table?
So, Mr. DeMonico, you're saying, to make it clear, Mr. DeMonico is saying to do the special assessment and not do additional street lights until we find out where those other street lights are going to go?
Yeah, table to the next meeting, right, you're saying?
Okay,
Just-
yeah, we can table.
Or
Give-
table until we get the, I guess it might
Yeah.
not be the next meeting, whenever we have the map.
Whenever we have the map and more information and more research on where those lights may go, and if you guys want to use the council building, and, I mean,
Support that?
okay. Motion is supported to, did you guys hear the motion? Okay.
I heard a motion, I didn't hear the support. The original
I'll support the motion.
okay.
Okay, motion and support called,
Yeah, never mind. I was
Bob.
taking your, you as the motion, Mayor, but that's whatever.
motion is supported, call the roll.
And this was the table until additional information. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Lucido?
Yes.
Curley? Baker? And Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next item is adoption of resolution number 1899, MDOT contract number 19-5637 for the hot mix asphalt, cold milling, and concrete roadway construction work along Kelly Road from approximately 250 feet north of Hoss to Norton Road. Council, any questions with this,
Well, I guess I'll ask my question. I have one, I think, very easy question. It seems like that's the only chunk, because we're talking about Kelly first, right? Yep. This chunk is the only chunk of Kelly that's not concrete.
Correct.
And can we do what would concrete, can we do a contract of concrete instead?
This is going to be concrete.
Oh.
The existing is asphalt.
But it says.
They're going to mill the asphalt off first,
Oh,
mill
and
the
then
asphalt, and then take the concrete that's underneath.
Well,
This is,
It looked like,
I believed it. Well, then I'm in.
it did look like that, though.
Did you set me up for that question?
we like easy questions.
I agree.
Because I love going down Google Maps. I'm just like, wait a minute. Exactly where this begins and ends is literally the only part of Kelly that is not. Okay, well, then I will move that we adopt resolution number 1899, approving MDOT contract number 19-5637 for the hot mix asphalt cold milling and concrete roadway construction work along Kelly Road from approximately 250 feet north of Hoss to Norton Road and authorize the street administrator to execute all necessary documents related to this contract.
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll.
Just one item I'd like to bring to your attention, that this is an unusual contract. You will not be awarding a contract for construction. That is done by the state of Michigan, Department of Highways. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. So it's actually, they've actually opened a bid. It was opened last Friday, and there's a low bidder, very clearly, and that's going to be Florence Cement Company in the amount of $1,685,154.86. And this project will begin after school is out.
Okay, and then I guess if I can just add one thing for anyone in the audience, right, Mr. Marucci, it's $1,326,900 from the federal government, and we're only paying.
We'll be paying 18%. 18.15 is what it breaks down to.
Yeah, which I think.
And all of what,
$2,400.
right, all of Kelly has been reconstructed in that way, as well as Stephen, 2 out of the 3 sections of Topher.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Lucido. Curley. And Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next item is adoption for resolution number 1900, MDOT contract number 19-5638 for hot mix asphalt coal milling and concrete roadway construction work along 8 Mile Road from Vernier Road to Beaconsfield Road.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would move for the adoption of resolution number 1900, approving MDOT contract number 195638 for the hot mix asphalt cold milling and concrete roadway construction work along 8 Mile Road from Vernier Road to Beaconsfield, and authorize the street administrator to execute all necessary documents related to this contract.
Support.
Moved and supported, please call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry, please.
I want the rough road ahead sign when we're done with this project.
It's always for sale. We can't give away city property.
I'll pay for it.
And then also, remember, this road will be undergoing a road diet from the existing 4 to 3 lanes. This project will probably start in the middle of April. So, Council
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Lucido.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
And Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next item is appointments by city manager with concurrence of city council to the Eastpointe Housing Authority, one term to expire October 1st, 2020, and one term to expire October 1st, 2024. Please, Mr. Fairbrother.
This is an appointment by City Manager Doom. Truthfully, I don't have much to add on the subject.
Okay, because I really wish he was here to talk about the appointment. Because I think we got, these 2 people are already on boards already.
Well, Mr. Jakubiec is no longer on any boards now.
Okay.
Well, he's on the elected officers.
Yes,
But,
but
yeah,
they meet
it's
every 3 years.
one every 2, yeah.
Every 2 years.
Yeah, we had a
But,
couple people that wanted to be on this housing authority board, and that's the only thing. We was trying to get at least each person a chance to.
Madam Mayor, I'll motion to table this so we can have Ms. Doom explain why she chose until our next meeting. So I'll motion to table this.
Okay.
I'll support.
Moved and supported.
Motion's gonna die.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Curley. And Mayor Owens.
Yes. Payroll and bills.
Madam Mayor, I motion to pay the bills in the amount of $1,633,690.71.
Support.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Lucido.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
DeMonico.
Yes.
Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. The next item on the agenda is the second hearing of the public. If anyone would like to come up and say anything.
Take a microphone to her.
Christine Timmon, as an honorable member of those who want to protect the constituents of the 9th District. I can't believe a word you just said, and I'll tell you why. I read the Section 5. It says at 8 p.m. following the election, the council shall meet to hold a meeting of the legislative body of the city for purposes of organizing. The mayor shall preside at the first meeting. Thereafter, council shall meet at such time as prescribed by ordinance or resolution at least once a month. The mayor and any 2 members of council or city manager may call a special council meeting at least 10 hours after written notice to each member, served person, or at their residence. However, any special meeting where all council are present shall be a legal meeting for all persons without written notice. All meetings of the council shall be public. All citizens have access to meetings and records. Shall determine its own rules and order of business and shall keep a journal of its proceeding in English. Section 7, the mayor is presiding officer of the executive of the city. However, the mayor must have consent of council to charge the police should there be any danger or emergency. The council shall, at the first meeting, elect the mayor pro tem, not the mayor. Under the charter, the mayor is head of the city, not the council. It is an autonomous legislative body with the ability to set its own rules and override or veto any mayor's decision. I can't believe a word you just said, because nothing that you just did is in that sue anybody. You all know that I have the ability to do that, but that would make me and my constituents would have to pay the legal fees. So we're going to have to go back to the State Department and see what measures can we take. They've already told us we can go by the recall, which is 1,334 signatures. We need to pad a little bit, and every one of you, we may have to remove all of you, because neither one of you want to follow what the charter says. The city council, you got to take what it says. You got to run your own meeting. You got to select everything. You got to have your own president. The mayor down there, the mayor only has 2 people that she can talk to at once. So if you're all going to do us wrong, then
30
we
seconds,
may have. What's on?
30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, we may have to take all of you out. This is not fair to the people who stand up in the cold and vote for what they want to vote for, and then come in here and have somebody say, well, you know, you can only address me. And then there's a violation of the Constitution and the state law. Do you know that there's a constitutional bond for doing that? I can do that one, but I don't want to do it. I'm not going to. I'm asking you to follow what you swore to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Good evening again, Council, Mayor. Again, my name is Eddie Kabasinski. I am a city councilman, but today I am here as the campaign manager for Ms. Timmon, who is running for Congress. To my knowledge, Ms. Timmon is the only candidate for the 9th Congressional District that is running as a conservative, and she's one of your residents. And from what I understand from Ms. Timmon and from the residents, she's absolutely gotten no support from those in the city government. Those who are in elected office have not supported her at all. As a matter of fact, I've told she's been harassed trying to get signatures out in front of City Hall, that she's not allowed to do that. This is taxpayer property. She's running for an elected office. Why would you not support one of your residents that's trying to go to Congress and change the mess that it is right now in the House of Representatives? Please support Ms. Timmon if you can, but if you cannot support her, at least allow her to get her signatures, at least allow her to talk to residents unfettered. It is unilaterally unfair to not let this woman here, who is a minority in your city, she is a female, and she's a senior citizen. She is trying to correct the mess that we have in Washington. Once again, please support her if you can. If you're not, please just let her go about her business. She needs to get her signatures so she can at least be on the ballot. What process you have here in Eastpointe for being in the elected office, if you have to get signatures, or if you can just pay a fee and be put on the ballot. I know I had to gain signatures and pay a fee, so I got the double whammy. But in saying that, it's a very, very long road if you want to run for a congressional seat. It's not like running for local office. It's a totally different animal. You don't go through Wayne County or Oakland County or Macomb County. You have to go through the state of Michigan. You have to follow the federal guidelines for election law.
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Janie. I'm a Eastpointe. I have a concern about emails that are being sent to each and one of you up there. Are you responding to these emails? Are you answering them? We want answers. We're tired of sending you emails and they go right in the garbage. You spamming them? What happened to all the email pages? We used to be able to go on everyone's email page, see when they're going to a conference. Maybe we want to go out there and see the state of the city. But no, you know what's not. You know what's on that board out there? The mayor's birthday party. I could care about that. I would rather go to the state of the city and find out what's going on in my city. Who authorized that? Down. It wasn't the city manager. So I need someone to tell me, what is your time frame of responding to emails from residents? Who's authorizing that sign out there and the sign usage? Who's paying for it out there? Because ultimately, the taxpayers are paying them bills, not you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step up. Yes, sir.
Jeff Lubeck, Eastpointe resident. I would just like to make a request to the mayor and council that as you go through these board appointments, if you have people serving on multiple boards, afford them a courtesy of asking them. Explain to them that you would like to get more people involved, you'd like them to serve on only one board or commission, and have them choose which one that would be. It's been a long-standing tradition in this city when you serve on a board or commission, you serve until you become unable or unwilling to serve. So I think that it just would be nice to ask the people, where would you like to serve? Unfortunately, the people that needed to hear this comment have left, but I'm going to commend each one of you up there for not taking a position on candidates for office and holding true to the oath of office that you took, which is to govern free from partisan distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else would like? Yes, Mr. Creech, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Harvey Creech, resident of Eastpointe. As I look through, as I said, documents and paperwork anywhere, when I'm told to go in that direction, I do go in that direction. I get all this paperwork, and as I say, it's not up to date. This right here, as I said, acknowledgments. Right here, East Detroit City Council, Monique Owens, Mayor, Harvey Curdy, City Council, Cardi DeMonico, Sarah Lucido. All of a sudden, Rob, you're still on the Parks and Recreation. Is a East Detroit Parks and Recreation Commission. Gary, Robert, Betty, Eleanor, Justin, he's gone. Crystal, Joseph's not on the board. Jeff, East Detroit School Liaison, he's been gone a long time. Updates, it's not getting done. I mean, I don't care how you look at it. Why do I get paperwork, or why do I go through all this? Paperwork after paperwork. I've got stacks of this stuff at home. What is the most updated? Excuse me, any dates on that piece of paper? Yeah, I'll bring them up. As I say, I get paperwork after paperwork after paperwork after paperwork. I try to do my due diligence. And most of you people do know me. As I say, when I worked for Ford's, I had paperwork because I was paperwork. So I try to do my due diligence and go through here. And they say, get the most updated. How? There's no dates on this stuff. Yet I get it from the city. And I love this excuse. I know I'm getting a little excited. I usually don't do this, but now I'm getting a little bit pissed. As I said right here, it's got local parks. Here we got shuffleball courts. Do people know how to play shuffleball? You ever heard of shuffleball? I know what shuffleboard is. I know what shuffleball is. Who goes through this? I just say, this is supposed to be edited, gone through. It's a joke. Anymore, I'm sorry. I try to maintain myself. I try to go to all these meetings. I try to do everything I can. And then they tell me to go do this. And I go do it in page after page. Like I'm saying right here. And I love it.
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. Time frame. What time frame is given to anything? Right here, it's got bring all park amenities up to state and federal standards for safety and accessibility. I'll just keep reading and reading and reading. It says right here, it says, very frequently either due to physical limitations because they did not know the parks existed. Half the people in this city doesn't even know we got parks. Right here, it's got the number one thing people want to talk about. What's it got? Pools.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
As I say, it's paperwork after paperwork. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none? The second hearing of the public is closed. We're going to start with Mr. Baker, Councilman Baker.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everybody who came out. For those that left already, we appreciate them too. In regards to emails, I respond to emails in different ways. There are some times where I will respond via email. Sometimes I do face-to-face with people. I get phone calls from people, so I communicate differently. And I believe that I have a right to exercise what option works best for me. Ultimately, I want to respond to anybody who has a concern, and I welcome anybody to contact me if you have a concern. And so if I don't respond to an email, it doesn't mean that I'm not reading it. It doesn't mean that I discard it. It doesn't go to a spam folder. It is just, that's not the way that I chose to respond at that time, or depending on what I have going on, what my schedule is. And a lot of times I like to do face-to-face conversations with people. Maybe it's an old school thing that I have, but that's just how I am. If I can't respond face-to-face, then I'll go a different. Sometimes I get a phone number where I can call someone, and I'll do that. So you can hear me, know who I am. You can hear me directly of what I say. Face-to-face, that way you see me. But that's my preference. In regards to the paperwork, I don't do any of the paperwork. I don't list where I'm at or what commission or anything. So if something is out of date, then I think it's always appreciated if you let us know, and then we can try to direct it to the appropriate people. But we do ask for patience. There are a lot of things, a lot of concerns that we have come our way, and we understand that everybody prioritizes things differently, but we have to be given time. I know people ask for time, and I know that's been a complaint, but it does take time, and we can't address everything all in one day. But if it comes to someone's attention, then we ask to be allowed to direct it wherever it needs to go. In regards to not supporting the woman who was Ms. Timmon about getting signatures, that's the first that I've heard of it right now, about her not being able to get support or whatever, or being told she can't get signatures. I didn't hear it until just a few minutes ago, so I can't respond to that. I don't know who told her anything, who said what she could do, what she couldn't do. I have really no comment on that, but we've all been here long enough. But I did want to address what was just brought before us, And again, thank you everybody for coming out. I hope you all have a good night.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Crowley?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple things. Before we go any further, all the folks watching the television and you all inside your room, don't go home and say, oh, Harvey's really mad at the council and the council is really mad at Harvey. I got to tell you, I enjoy politics, and I've been around for a long time, and sometimes politics, you have conversations, it's not so cute. You know, you have conversations that your voice level may go up a little bit, but I'm telling you right now, I love everybody in this council, and we're not mad at each other. We disagreed, we voted differently, but that's it. First thing, articles on all those three things that we have, community, Eastpointe community thing, are making insinuations that this council has already made up its mind about the containers. Now, not only have we not made up our mind, we haven't even talked about it. We've been waiting for the Planning Commission. They're done. We're going to get it. I hope it's soon. But we have not even talked about it. So stop it with that kind of conversation. Thirdly, and I don't need an answer tonight, you know that, what is that thing out in front of, on 9 Mile in front of the police station?
Markey.
Whatever it is.
The island, you mean?
The island.
Pedestrian walk.
Yeah, the island. I don't know how we got the money to do that, if it was a grant from the state. The light has been knocked down 2 or 3 times. So I'm suggesting to the administration, if there's a grant, and if it's not in writing specifically, thou shalt replace the light if it's knocked down, we shouldn't do it. Put some dirt in there and grow flowers. I mean, why do we want to, if we have to pay for that, no, we're not, just say, forget it, we're not paying for it. That's it. That's ridiculous. Then the last thing I was watching Google, which I don't do very often, but they had a musical on. The song was written in 1985. Let's see, I'm going to see a show of hands if I know what I'm talking about. In 1985, the song was written by Lionel Richie and Michael Jackson. Anybody know yet? And the song was sung by 30 or 40 different artists. And the name of the song, We Are the World. You know, here I'm talking about love and love and peace and forgiveness, but I shouted at you guys. But the song is wonderful. If you've never heard it before and you haven't heard it in decades, all you have to do is go, okay, Google, play We Are the World from 1985 and listen to it. It is incredible. And it wants you to just go out in the street and hug somebody. You just want to hug somebody because it's so beautiful. And the words are as appropriate today as they were in 1985. We are the world, you and me, we are the children. So that's it, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lucido?
Okay, well, I have a lot this evening, even though I'm going to try to make this quick. So first of all, I want to announce that the Arts and Cultural Diversity Committee has just announced an exciting partnership with the DIA for public art mural. They're looking for the residents' input when it comes to this mural. So if you could go onto their Facebook page, there's a link to fill out a survey to give your input, and I believe it's also up on the city's site. So I do want to encourage everyone to go on there. They want to hear your ideas. They want to make sure that this speaks to all of the residents in the city of Eastpointe. Also, I would like to remind everyone that the State of the City is coming up. That's on Wednesday, February 26th. Doors are at 11:15. Tickets will be $25 at the door or $20 in advance. You can reach out to Linda at the Chamber if you're interested in going. Also, tomorrow at 1 p.m. at the Community Choice Credit Union, the 8 Mile and Kelly Homeowners Association is holding their monthly meeting. Friday, the Lions Club is having their all-you-can-eat steak and shrimp dinner at Eastpointe Manor. Tickets are $35. You can reach out to Clover's Collision if you're interested in purchasing tickets for that. And I also want to bring light to the fact that we have new artwork out in the lobby here that was provided from some 3rd through 5th grade students at Bellevue. And there's like a quilt hanging up in the window of City. And that was all artwork done by students at Pleasant View Elementary School. When it comes to emails, I have to apologize. I normally respond extremely quick when I try to respond right away when I receive emails. I did receive a few emails yesterday and today, and I probably should have emailed to let you guys, everyone know this. I did not respond because I was still looking for more information to be able to answer your emails correctly. I knew that tonight's meeting there was going to be a discussion on some of the items, some of the other items in that email. I did want to get some information from our city manager who has been out ill, so I do apologize that I have not responded, and I will try to get something brief out tomorrow until I get the rest of the information. And that's all I have for this night.
Councilman DeMonico?
Thanks, Mayor. First, let's see, Mr. Creech, I'll go with you first. The boards and commissions, go to my website, cardiodemonaco.com, because they're actually on there. They're not on the city website. Don't tell Ms. Doom I said that. We'll get there eventually. It's always a work in progress, but actually it reminds me too of when when I was deposed by the Department of Justice, when we had that case, they put the list of board and commission members in front of me and said, "Did you know you have a more updated list on your website than the city does?" And I'm like, I guess I do now. But we'll work on that, Mr. Creech. And then shuffleball, I don't know, it sounds like a fun mix of pickleball and shuffleboard to me. Yeah, emails, I see everybody's emails. If I don't respond, doesn't mean I didn't see it. I do try to respond to them all too, but if I haven't responded to one, I am sorry. And for Mr. Jakubiak or anyone else interested in the sidewalks, I know especially where he lives, the little boulevard is very small for when there's a snowstorm. There's not much room between the plow and the sidewalk. And we've said this before, if you go out and do your snow, comes back, on, code enforcement is not, coming back and getting get to it when you can. This is going to happen to anyone that's got a small boulevard. But what was it, two winters ago, because, this of course is a big topic anytime it snows. I hopped on one of the plows, and where there is the small boulevard, the truck going 15 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour will push snow onto the sidewalk. These trucks, they look like they're going 40 miles an hour. They're not. They're going like 15 miles an hour. It's just a lot of snow and looks like they're going very fast. So we just got to all work together. There's no, every other city, I'm sure, has the same issue. I'm sure they're hearing of the public every time has people talking about that. And then, very excited because we had a ton of grant money in this meeting today. 2 roads alone. And then, of course, we've recently, not in this agenda, had the stoplight grant from SEMCOG. And then we did have a parks grant also. Actually, parks and the fire stuff is all covered by the CDBG money. And then, of course, we helped out nonprofits with the CDBG funding. So it's very exciting. If anyone says we don't get any grant money or anything, this meeting alone was over $2 million. And then, like Mr. Fairbrother said, make sure you vote March 10th. It's not just the presidential primary. There's also a renewal of the DIA millage and a Macomb for Kids millage, which will fund students throughout Eastpointe Community Schools and South Lake Schools included. So please make sure, get out and vote. And I think all the events have been mentioned by everyone else. So happy birthday to my brother in 2 days, and that's all I got, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And tell him happy birthday for me. He's like the best cook. So I want to thank everybody for coming out, the people that, didn't show up and listening. At home, thank you for listening and being a part of this whole meeting. I would also like to thank the people who came out for the first time and being a part of the process. So keep coming. And also, again, like Council said, February 26th is the State of the City. I would like everybody to come out, developers, our stakeholders in the community come out and support the vision of Eastpointe. Also, we have the Lions Club. I think you mentioned that already. Ms. Lentz, is Ms. Lentz over there? When you get a chance, like the Lions Club event is coming up this Friday. If you want to put it on the marquee, probably sometime tomorrow, so that people can know about it. And I'm going for a lot of other events. I have been reaching out to a lot of organizations and letting them know that it's a free use to the public and letting people know about things in the community so we can get the word out there. I'll give you that information, Ms. Lentz, probably sometime tonight or tomorrow. And that is all for me. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. And
Madam Mayor, I just have one more quick thing I'd like to say. I would just like to wish you happy birthday, because I realize your birthday is going to happen before our next meeting. So
Yeah.
I would like to say happy birthday.
thank you. I will be 36
Yeah, I know, right?
on Friday.
See these socks? They're older than 36. These socks are older than that.
And as you
Over here, too.
and as you heard, a young lady had brung it up at the podium. You all are welcome to my skate the community. I know we share recreation with Roseville and Parks and Recreation, so it's extended to the community and things like that. So you're welcome to come out and celebrate my birthday with me, with the mayor. A lot of mayors don't do that, or and hopefully the council come out. I hate to go out and always ask people for their votes, but they don't get to know the other side of me or council. So come out, have fun with your mayor, and bring your kids. A lot of kids don't even know what a mayor is or a council member is, and we want to take some time out. If I fall, do not laugh. And can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Please call the roll.
Yes.
Lucido, Monaco, Baker,
Yes.
and Mayor Owens.
Yes, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.